So I'd like to call the PUD number 1 Whatcom County Commission meeting to order. And let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which I'll go ahead and recite. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So let's look at the agenda. So I'd like to see if there's any comments or adjustments to the agenda.
Commissioner, we have a presentation on the agenda with students from Western, and we've been told by that student class that they were only able to make their presentation before 9 o'clock or after 11 o'clock. So what I would ask is that we just keep in mind that we try to fit them in at 11 o'clock, whenever that happens, wherever we are on the agenda at that time. So, because that's the only time that class could make their presentation. So just keep that in mind if you would.
Certainly, and I just would ask that that if we end up interrupting somebody's presentation, that I don't think that'll happen for the Energy Authority. We definitely don't want to interrupt them again. So we'll definitely be done with that. But if it impacts the NUCSAC salmon enhancement or Dave Olson, please forgive us. So thanks for that. So with that, just note on the agenda, I guess it's not a change to the agenda, but just a recognition that we'd like to make sure we cover the Western Washington students by 11. Is there any more changes to the or adjustments to the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Good.
Sorry, I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda as it reads.
I'll second.
Great. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 And the motion carries. So let's move on to the consent agenda, the meeting minutes for the special meeting of February 26th and the claims of March 9th. Are there any comments regarding the meeting minutes from February 26th?
None for me.
None for me.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as it reads.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. So let's move on to old business and the Energy Authority. And of course, we apologize, folks, from Energy Authority for not being able to hear you 2 meetings ago, and then completely understand you weren't available in the last special meeting. I look forward to hearing your presentation. Please take it from here.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Jeff Fuller with TEA. Ann and I are going to tag team this one a little bit. So I try to give her a break on the talking and shoulder some of the burden here. Let me see if I can get my screens started here. Bear with me for just a second. Okay, can everybody see a title slide in my presentation now? See,
Yes, we
nothing,
can.
so I'll take that as a yes. So thanks again for the opportunity to present this second time. So when Anna stepped through the first presentation, we focused a lot on the Bonneville Power Sales contract and provided some background on the district's rights and obligations under the contract, and also talked about serving tier 2 load and above high watermark load, both by making tier 2 purchases from BPA, as well as introduced the idea of purchasing non-federal resources and what that might look like. Today, what we wanted to do is really do two things in this presentation at a high level. First, we wanted to step back and kind of operationalize that procurement of non-federal resources. So, what does that actually mean to the district if you decided to serve above high watermark load or make non-federal purchases in lieu of tier 2 purchases from Bonneville? What does that mean for policies and staffing and other organizational changes that might have to happen at the district? So that's going to be the first primary focus of this presentation. And then the second piece of it did want to really, in the procurement side and in the planning side, wanted to talk about capacity versus energy and the implications of that, particularly with retirement of old thermal generating units, coal units in particular, and then also as we transition to a greater use of intermittent resources such as solar and wind, the notion of capacity is coming back to the forefront, and reliability and those things. So wanted to focus on that second, and then we'll wrap up with a summary and leave you with some questions as well to kind of stimulate further discussion. The other thing I just want to say, kind of right up front before we step into the details, is some of this can seem kind of daunting up front when you're hearing it for the first time, but really it's not. I would just note that there's utilities of all sizes, both big and small, that are successfully doing the types of activities that we're talking about today, day in and day out. The other thing I'll say is, particularly when we get into some of the policy type items and the energy risk management policy in particular, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. A lot of times it gets framed up, and I'll confess I'm guilty of talking about it in the context of how it tends to get applied in a larger organization. But just know that everything I talk about, the principles, the policy, can all be scaled to meet whatever the district's ultimate needs are. So I guess just reviewing the topics. And so we'll talk about the policy, we'll talk about portfolio management activities, organizational considerations, as I said, and then wrap up with the capacity and the energy. So where do we even start on all of this? So, specific to power supply management and procurement and energy risk management, really there's three main areas that we want to focus on today, and kind of the role of the board. And none of these are really new board roles, if you will. They're really just how the normal duties and responsibilities of the board get applied to the power supply, to the procurement side of the business. So really there's kind of three areas that we want to focus in on. First off, the board, sets the overall goals and objectives for the district. What is success? What are we trying to achieve here? How do we want to serve our customers and meet their needs? The second primary activity of the boards is that they retain the authority to approve any long-term power purchase agreements. So like your agreements with the Bonneville Power Administration, if you did decide to purchase a solar project from Energy Northwest or enter into some other long-term resource, boards always retain the authority and the right to approve those long-term power purchase agreements. And then the third element we want to focus on, and we'll spend a little bit of time here today, is really approving the overall policy framework that'll guide shorter term activities and engagement in the wholesale market. And shorter term in this context, there's not a precise definition, but for most entities, it's at least 3 years and out to 5 years into the future. And typically, depending upon what the need is, depending upon how much of the supply of your resource supply is satisfied by long-term contracts versus need for short-term engagement, there's oftentimes a delegation of authority to staff to carry out, to management and staff, I should say, to carry out shorter term transactions and interactions in the wholesale market. And really, for the reason for this delegation is just electricity is a commodity. It gets traded next hour, next day, next month, next year, and the price tends to be quite volatile. And so really what you want to do is position the district to be able to be in the best possible position to interact in the market, to transact in the market when it makes sense. And because of that volatility and because of how quickly things can change, oftentimes it's just best to delegate that to staff. It's not practical to come back to the board each time on each decision on these shorter term things. But at the same time, because there is a delegation, you want to make sure there's a good, strong set of controls, a good policy foundation that's guiding those types of activities. So really then breaking things into the policy basics here. The first piece of this is, what's included in the policy. The first piece of it is it includes, what types of activities can the staff and the management engage in interfacing with the wholesale market. The commodities that can be purchased, the types of products that can be purchased, they need to be relevant to the business. You can't just go out and buy any product anytime. It needs to help meet an identified need. It needs to help to be consistent, or needs to be consistent with helping the district achieve the goals and objectives that it's trying to achieve. So the first part of this policy, it'll define the commodities that'll be engaged in. The second key piece of this is it'll define the types of contracts that can be entered into. Typically in wholesale energy markets, when you enter into a long-term power purchase agreement, again, much like your Bonneville power sales contract, there is a contract that defines, what that purchase arrangement looks like and the rights and obligations of each party under the contract. In shorter term wholesale markets, types of activities, typically what you do is you have what's referred to as a master agreement or an enabling agreement, and those agreements spell out all the contractual boilerplate terms and conditions that the parties agreed to. But in and of themselves, those agreements don't obligate either party to anything. It just says this is the contract we'll agree to follow if and when we ever do consummate a transaction. And then if there is a transaction that does get executed at a later date, the commercial terms of that transaction, the price, the term, the quantity, the point of delivery get memorialized in a what's referred to as a confirmation letter. And so that just enables transactions to happen more fluidly and more seamlessly and more efficiently in this place. So the other thing that policy will do is it'll lay out, what types of contracts can be done. And typically in the wholesale market, at least in the Western US, most of these contracts or most of these transactions, I should say, are done under one of two contracts. There's what's referred to as the Western Systems Power Pool or WSPP agreement. And then there's also what's referred to as the EEI or the Edison Electric Institute master agreement. The other thing that the policy will define is, the types of products. So if you buy just fixed blocks of energy, or if you buy an option on a block of energy, which gives you the right but not the obligation, the types of term that you could enter into, again, a 1 year, a 2 year type term, monthly, daily type of a thing. And then the other key piece of this that's laid out is it specifies what the counterparty credit risk management practices will be. When you're engaging in a world with the Bonneville Power Administration, BPA is obviously a very strong creditworthy counterparty. But when you start to migrate away from exclusively transacting with Bonneville and transacting with other market participants, there's a lot of market participants with varying degrees of creditworthiness behind them. Some of them are as strong, if not stronger than the Bonneville Power Administration, but there's others that are a lot weaker. So another key piece of this element is just laying out what types of counterparties you can transact with and how we're going to monitor those credit exposures. So continuing on then, the second key piece of the energy risk management policy is delegation of authority. As I said early on, because of just the speed at which prices are changing and the like, what's common is for the board to delegate to management and staff the authorization to transact without seeking prior approval of the board. Typically, these transaction authorities get boxed. They could get boxed in by a volume amount, a dollar limit, a time limit, but there's some type of a delegation of authority that is granted. And it does get specified very clearly in the energy risk management policy as part of that. So it's clear what the authorities are, but it's also clear what the limitations are. And then really the final key piece of the energy risk management policy is laying out what the district's tolerance for risk is and what measures of success are. And that goes back to, what is it that the district is trying to achieve? How do we measure success? What does constitute success? In volatility, given market price volatility and continually changing prices in the market, you don't always know if you're, buying at the absolute low point of the market or selling at the absolute high point of the market. But what you can do is you can put in place a framework. You can have clearly defined goals and objectives so that when staff and management does execute a transaction in the marketplace on behalf of the district, it's clear that that transaction is helping the district to meet a goal or set of goals. It's achieving some type of clearly defined objective. And then also too, related to this is setting up the reporting framework as well, so that you're delegating to staff and management the authorization to go out and do these transactions, but then there's also an obligation to come back to the board, sometimes monthly, sometimes quarterly, but there's some type of key performance measures. There's some measures of success that get reported back to the board that as staff reports back on what they've done, it all ties back to these KPIs. So obviously, oftentimes, how are we performing relative to a budget or some type of financial goal or objective is very common. In order to help, and if I go through this, please stop me at any time with any questions. I definitely want to keep this conversational here if we can. To help with the delegation of authority, another thing that is commonly done is put in place what's referred to as a risk management committee to help guide the day-to-day management and oversight of the shorter term markets and transactions. Typically, the risk management committee is comprised of the general manager of the utility, who's ever wearing I'll call it chief financial officer hat, whoever the finance director is of the utility, and then who's ever wearing the power manager hat of the utility or director of power supply or power supply management. So typically those three individuals comprise the committee, and then other staff, depending upon the nature of the utility, size, circumstances, makeup, how you do business, may also be included in the risk management committee as either voting or non-voting members, as the case may be. But typically, this is the group that has the responsibility for really establishing and reviewing and implementing the energy risk management policy that's approved by the board. So they set out the procedures and any standards and limits that are needed to execute that falls under the purview of the RMC, and just making sure that everybody understands their roles and objectives. This is the group that any controls that need to be done, as I said, procedures that need to be implemented, this is the group that would do that. And then also make sure that whatever metrics are laid out in the energy risk management policy to define success, that those metrics are put in place, that we're measuring it, and that the reporting happens. And typically, the RMC reports out, as I said, to the board on some type of a regular basis. Could be monthly, could be quarterly, as the case may be. The other thing too that the RMC does, it's part of their responsibility, if there was any violation of policy or procedure in there, that those get reported back to the board as well.
Jeff, I think we
So,
have.
yeah, I had a question, Jeff,
Sure.
on that. So how did this risk management committee, has this always been a part of what you've recommended for is the RMC called out in the policy? And does it address both issues around, it's basically the vehicle by which everything is planned. So it's basically replacing, letting the statement of letting the general manager be in charge with, recognize the GM is relying on a committee to evaluate all of those decisions. Right?
Yeah, Commissioner, that's right. There's a couple pieces to that. One is, so yes, this is typically, well, not typically, this is included in the energy risk management policy that the board approves. And as far as the decision-making framework and, providing assistance to the general manager, you're exactly right. And I'll also say too, I think in some of the larger utilities, the CEO is not always necessarily part of the risk management committee itself. I mean, like in a Seattle or Tacoma. Now, I don't know that for a fact that there's situations, so I put those out as illustrative, not trying to say anything about them. But sometimes in the really large utilities, the CEO is not there. The other thing I just wanted to say too is that this is not our idea. I mean, this is kind of an industry best practices. And one of the things that happened, so this, I guess, this type of structure has been in place for a number of years. And one of the things that happened after the West Coast energy crisis back in 2000 and 2001, there was this committee of chief risk officers that was formed from all of the large, the banks and the large, trading shops and trading houses, so both power marketers, as well as your integrated oil and gas companies. So like a BP, a Shell, those types, and other big market participants came together, and they put out an outline of what this risk management structure should look like and what would constitute some best practices. And again, there's obviously the ability and the need to customize this, to scale this to the actual needs of each entity. Different utilities have different requirements, but the overall policy framework, it came from, in large part, from that committee of chief risk officers and recommendations that they've made. And that committee still meets to this day. So there is an evolution of these practices as we step through time as well. That answer the question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank.
Okay. And thank you for pointing that out, Anna. I sitting here going through the slides and I didn't see a hand come up. So thank you.
Jeff, I think Commissioner Murphy had a question as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, under the RMC, reading about the responsibilities, establishing limits, procedures in support of the board's policy. Does the RMC actually take the PUD's Commissioners Board recommendations when it comes to such things as we want a certain amount of solar or wind, as well as others, hydro? And
Yeah,
meeting our load demand at the same time, so there's no fluctuation, or do we just have to take what the RMC gives us?
No, it's a great question, Commissioner Murphy, and I completely skipped over another planning element in this. So the short answer to your question is yes. The RMC or the utility definitely takes what the board establishes or what the commission establishes. And typically the way this works is, remember the risk management committee is really focused on shorter term. So kind of a 3 to 5 year planning horizon, if you will. Separately, there needs to be a strategic plan for the district on, what is the district, again, trying to achieve, longer term. Oftentimes that strategic plan, as it then relates to power supply and power supply procurement, helps inform an integrated resource plan. And that integrated resource plan is where you're looking out at a 15, 20, 25 year long horizon, trying to figure out what resources do you want to have in your portfolio? What is going to be the renewable content or the carbon free content of the portfolio? And it's in that longer term planning horizon Commissioner Murphy, were things like how much wind, how much Bonneville, how are we going to meet our tier 2 needs? Do we want solar? That's where those types of questions come into play. And so once you have those contracts, and I'm going to get into this here in a subsequent slide in just a minute, but so that sets the longer term framework. And in all of these time horizons, really what you're always doing is looking at the net position of the district. In addition to financial considerations, you're also looking at the net requirements of the district. So you've got a demand that needs to be met, and what are the supply resources you're going to bring to the table to meet that demand. So once you make the decision to purchase a solar resource or a wind resource or whatever the mix of long-term resources are going to be, there's still going to be mismatches between supply and demand. There's going to be days and weeks and months and seasons where, depending upon what these long-term resources look like relative to your load, you may find yourself with an excess of a resource that needs to be sold off. During other times of the year, you may find that you have a resource deficiency and there's some short amount that needs to be procured. What this risk management structure is focused on here is really over kind of the prompt year out to 3 to 5 years, on how do we balance those our loads and resources in this shorter term horizon. Where does it make sense to go out and buy an energy product or something for a particular month or a particular season because our long-term resources are insufficient to meet our load? Or alternatively, what months or seasons of the year, because of our long-term resources, do we find ourselves with an excess that needs to be sold off? That's what this risk management committee is really focused on, if that's helpful.
Hey, Jeff.
That was a great question. Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. Just to get a better understanding of what would be in these risk management policies, can you just give an example or two of what a violation of a limit or procedure might look like and what would happen after that in terms of recovering and learning from it?
Yeah, another great question. Thank you. So these, I guess the violations can take on different forms or flavors. And I'll just, and again, all of these ultimately end up needing to be scaled to your needs, your requirements. They may not apply, but the types of things that we see, really on one level might be a transaction gets executed with a counterparty that wasn't approved, or maybe a counterparty was approved, but there was some limit on how much you could transact with them. Let's say there was a monetary limit, and you could sell up to, and I'm just going to make up a number, you could buy up to $1 million worth of electricity from, I'll say BP. As an example, and perhaps somebody that's doing the procurement didn't pay attention to the to the counterparty credit report and showing that you were had already purchased $995,000 of electricity from BP, and they go out and make an incremental purchase from BP over and above that as one example. Another example might be that you want to, let's say during the winter months, there might be a requirement to purchase up to 110% of your load or something, as the case might be, and for whatever reason that didn't get done on a particular month, let's say. And so typically, those are the types of violations. So the violations aren't a keep the lights on or off type of a violation, if you will. But these framework, these controls are put in place for a reason. And so typically, what's most typical is that these violations were not done, willfully or intentionally. They were an oversight that resulted from an honest mistake. People are executing this, and people make mistakes, type of a thing. And so typically there's a reporting out, and then there's just, an education element to it. And maybe sometimes something comes up and there was a controls process put in place. Maybe the reason, a position limit, for example, was violated is because there was a modeling error, and you thought a purchase was made, but there was it didn't get recorded in the system, or there was some breakdown in the system of record that it didn't get reported out. So there might be some controls process, or it might expose a bug or a glitch, if you will, in the system that gets corrected as a result of this. I don't know, Anna or Todd, if you have anything else to add to that.
No.
If you well covered that.
Okay.
Well, on that subject, it seems to me that it might be more helpful if the RMC just maintains a running log of transactions that happen and evaluate them on their compatibility with policy. Because it seems to me that unless you have an external auditor, you're not going to have staff calling actions violations so easily. It's really the working together to have a approach of having compatibility between the policy and trading actions.
So, Commissioner, that is an excellent segue into the next slide that I want to cover here. So one of the key principles, and if I don't answer your question, Commissioner, or address your comment, please speak up. I think this slide will. So you're absolutely right. And one of the key pieces of this energy risk management policy and having a best practices organization is making sure that there's a clearly defined segregation of duties and responsibilities. And this should be laid out in the policy. So, just at a real high level, segregation of duties is broken into three pieces. There's the front office. This is the trading people. These are the people that are doing the transactions, that are buying and selling the electricity. There's a middle office, and this is what you're talking to, and this is really the control function. These are the people that make sure that the transactions that are executed get entered into a system of record, that there is, so whatever that database of transactions is, that it gets entered into that system of record, that the transactions are consistent with established risk policies and procedures and goals and objectives of that. And also too, that the counterparties that the transactions are done are approved transactions. And then the final piece of this is the back office, or the settlement. These are the people that figure out who owes what to whom and make sure that dollars flow between counterparties at the appropriate time. So this is the segregation of duties is key. This is really where the control function comes in. Each of these, separate departments should report up through a separate chain of command. So the traders are reporting up through one, assistant general manager, or one, executive. Middle office and back office, a separate one. The one thing I will say is, in the segregation of duties, and you'll notice the dotted line here, what's most important is that the front office is separate from the middle and the back office. In larger organizations, like a Snohomish, like a Seattle, like a Bonneville, they actually have three separate lines or chains of command, if you will, that each of these different functions report up through. In smaller utilities and organizations, it's very common for the middle and the back office to report up through the finance director, or a single point of command. It's really the main thing is you want the people that are doing the deals separate from the people that are making sure that the deals are consistent with policy and that the dollars flow. So now I want to move away from the policy, or start to move away from the policy for just a little bit, and get into some of the more, kind of annual, monthly, quarterly, and then ultimately down to daily, hourly types of activities that need to be performed. And again, all of this can be scaled to meet the needs. This is not a one size fits all, but in some form or flavor, these types of activities that we're going to talk about here on the next couple of slides do need to be performed. And I think this starts to get into, as you make decisions about how to move forward, as you might make decisions about what you want to do internally versus what you may want to outsource. It's getting into these types of activities where you can start to make some decisions about outsourcing some of these activities versus keeping them in-house. And I think one important point to note right up front is that the district and all utilities, regardless of size, you need to own the strategic direction of the district. You can't outsource the setting of that strategic direction. But what you can make a decision about in terms of insourcing or performing functions in-house versus outsourcing is these tactical implementation of your strategic direction that we're going to talk about. The actual performance of some of these functions we're going to talk about here, I'm going to talk about on the next slide. It's kind of that outsourcing, the tactical stuff you can decide to do, but ultimately you need to own the strategic direction of the district, obviously. And effective portfolio management. Ultimately, there's a number of activities. There's activities that get to need to be performed annually, like reviewing the counterparties that you're going to transact with. There's commonly quarterly activities. These may be formal updates to the board or back to the commission. That's very typical that we see. There's monthly types of activities. This is often how often the risk management committee formally meets. I mean, obviously day to day, there's ongoing frequent discussion between RMC members, but to actually meet as a committee, it's pretty typical to do that monthly or sometimes quarterly if just the cadence of activity isn't quite as high and doesn't need to happen on a monthly basis. And then you get down into weekly and daily hourly activities that need to be performed. So here's kind of a list of the day-to-day activities and the hourly activities. I won't read all of these. I'll let you read these, and we'll send you a copy of the presentation, afterwards. But ultimately, as everybody knows, electricity supply and demand needs to continuously be in balance. The amount of electrons out there need to always be exactly equal to load. And typically what happens is that load serving entities, make all load serving entities make best efforts to balance supply and demand on an hourly basis. And then once you get within the hour, that then becomes the responsibility of the balancing authority area to balance loads and resources on a moment-to-moment basis. Now, there's starting to be some change, and you're starting to see some sub-hourly markets coming into play, like the energy imbalance market that gets talked about. But still, for the most part today, all load-serving entities, and if the district were to take a more active role in managing its portfolio, needs to balance supply and demand on an hourly basis. And typically the first shot at doing that is on a day ahead basis. So in Western markets, every day on a day ahead basis, and this is on a business day basis. So on Monday for Tuesday, Tuesday for Wednesday type of a thing. I think on Thursday they transact for Friday, Saturday, and on Friday they transact for Sunday, Monday type of a thing. But every day, every business day, utilities forecast their hourly loads, what they think they're going to be for the next day or days. They look at the resources that they have to match that hourly load. And then they look, are there times where we have excess? Are there other times where we have deficits? And through this day ahead market, market participants transact to try to bring their loads and resources into balance on a day ahead basis. And the graphical chart here just to the right is intended to be a representation of the columns are the resource stack, and the line is your load. So on a day ahead basis, for tomorrow type of a thing, market participants make their best shot at balancing loads and resources on a day ahead basis. So that's a key function that needs to happen here when you're operating in the market. And then in order to do that, you start to think about it. There's a bunch of activities that need to happen, which was on the preceding slide. You need to forecast your load. If there are transactions that are being done, you need to make sure that you're transacting with an approved counterparty. If there is a transaction that's executed, that transaction needs to get entered into a system of record so that ultimately the dollars can flow at the end of the month. Typically too, there's a checkout process. So after the transactions are done each day, you check out with the balancing authority at the end of the day, because the balancing authority, like a Bonneville Power Administration, they want to know all the transactions that were done in their BA. They want to know, who bought from whom and what power is going to flow on what transmission path and those types of things. So that gets done. There's also what's referred to as a tag or an electronic tag or an e-tag that for each transaction shows the entire path of that transaction from source to sink, and any purchasing, selling entities that are in that path and the transmission that was used. The other thing that needs to go on, to help feed these day ahead markets is you need to have a tactical plan going into the market. So if a resource, let's say you had a resource and a solar resource or a wind resource or whatever the case may be, and it wasn't performing per your expectations, or maybe there was an outage or something, you need to have a plan on, how are you going to replace that, or, what's going to be your strategy. And if that resource ended up, you thought it was going to be there, but then it gets curtailed, what's your strategy for that? So just laying out kind of those rules of engagement on this type of a situation. After the day ahead market, the next thing that happens is there's an hourly market in which electricity is bought and sold. So 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, somebody needs to be looking and updating load forecasts and updating resource forecasts for the next hour or coming hours. And anytime there's an imbalance, if your loads are starting to come in above what you thought they were going to, or if a resource is underperforming, somebody needs to step in and either go out and try to buy a little bit more or sell a little bit, as the case may be. Ultimately, the BA or the balancing authority, in the district's case, it would be the Bonneville Power Administration, is going to serve those imbalances. So if you look at that chart there, at any time there's an imbalance between loads and resources, BPA will cover those. If you're short, they'll sell you the excess. If you're long, they'll buy, or excuse me, if you're deficit, they'll sell you that deficit. If you're long, they'll buy your excess. But there's financial penalties associated with that. Often those imbalances get done at a market reference price, but there's some kind of an adjustment depending upon how far out of bounds you are. If you're within a very narrow tolerance, those imbalances may true up at 100% of the market price. If you start to deviate from those imbalances though by a certain amount, there might be a plus or minus 10% penalty added to the market price or taken away from the market price. Again, just trying to create a financial incentive to be as close to load resource balance as you can, and to try to fine tune operations as soon as you can. But that 24/7 piece is a function that somebody needs to be providing. So stepping now back to the district and organizational considerations, ultimately there's a range of options that are available as the district contemplates how it wants to move forward. And again, depending upon how comprehensive or the market engagement is, you can dial up or dial back as you will how these different functions get implemented. You've also got options here to decide what you want to perform internally versus what you might want to outsource, and considerations and things that'll inform this are what is the complexity of your resource choices. If you've got fairly stable predictable resources. For example, if you went out and bought a market purchase that obligates the counterparty to sell a defined quantity of electricity to you for every single hour of the year, and Bonneville is supplying the balance of your requirements, whatever those may be, you know, the amount of internal staffing you need to have, what that energy risk management policy might look like for you can be pretty simple. It can be pretty basic. You know, if you on the other end of the spectrum, if you bought a wind resource and you elected to you know, try to you know, integrate that, if you will, or bring that to your load by yourself without some type of supplemental product from the BPA, that could require a lot of market, you know, interactions, or would require a lot of market interactions to balance that. And so all of these decisions then ultimately get into, you know, what the district needs to do staffing wise. And so I think under any scenario, it's likely that, you know, the new staffing could range from 1 to 3 new FTEs, you know, again, depending upon the complexity of the district's portfolio. And so a couple possible approaches here, and then we'll pause and I'll hand it off to Anna. You know, on the one hand, there's the keep it simple approach. You know, keep doing what you're doing. Bonneville's, you know, supplying tier 2. They could continue to supply tier 2 needs into the future. You know, if you did purchase a non-federal resource, you could contract with BPA and one of their resource integration projects to manage the day-to-day and hourly activities. So all the things I was just showing you on those charts, they need to be done, but BPA could take care of those for you. You know, in this situation, the district probably still needs to perform a settlement function, make sure that the dollars flow properly. And just with the, you know, the added complexity, you know, you're probably talking 1 to 2 FTEs that are dedicated to energy management services. If you want to put, you know, kind of what we're calling the dip your toe in the water scenario, you might still purchase BPA tier 2, but, you know, you might also procure another new resource, a non-federal resource of some sort. You could start to, you know, establish an energy risk management policy, put in place an energy risk management policy framework like we were talking about, establishing, you know, chartering a risk management committee to meet and start to get that experience, start to work on the procedures. You could contract with a third party, you know, like TEA, or, you know, there's also, you know, like eWeb has done this. I know PNGC will do this, and NRU and other entities will do this to perform some of the portfolio analytics and the types of tactical implementation that we're talking about. And under this, you know, kind of dip your toe in the water scenario, you know, now maybe you're talking about 2 to 3 FTEs that are dedicated to energy management. Again, there's a lot of flexibility to kind of, you know, dial up or back the activity and how these get implemented at the district. Ultimately, you know, dependent upon, you know, what the strategic direction is from set by the district. I'll pause there and see if there's any further questions.
Jeff,
Yes,
you've mentioned counterparties several times and counterparty risk. Can you give the commission a flavor for the type of entities that might be a counterparty, whether it's a PowerX or, you know, whoever?
Yep.
There is a wide range. It's not just utilities doing business with each other. So.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and depending upon the different markets, you know, there's different counterparties and counterparty types. So, you know, the obviously, you know, market participants that you see are obviously the utilities, the load serving entities that are, you know, have to ultimately, you know, serve customers. You have integrated oil and gas companies, so like a Shell, a BP. You know, most of those, you know, integrated oil and gas companies are active in all of the energy commodities. So crude oil, natural gas, electricity supply. They may or may not own generation, and or they may or may not contract for generation, but they are typical market participants. Another tranche of market participants are a lot of the larger banks, financial institutions, So like Citibank, like Morgan Stanley, most of those have commodity trading arms that are active. And so we do see those as active market participants. And then there's what I call just kind of the pure power marketer types that like a NextEra, like a PowerX, that most of them have some type of an asset that backed that they're participating in the market. So like in PowerX's case, they're the marketing arm for BC Hydro down here. NextEra is another good example where they're an active power marketer. They also have what are they? Are they Florida Power and Light? I think they've got some large investor-owned utility systems. And then they also build and develop a lot of merchant generation that they seek to sell, but based on the back of that generation, they may still have some positions that they're taking in the market. So they're out there participating in the market. And then the kind of just the final group are just the generators, the resource developers that want to be in the business of building solar generation or building wind or whatever the technology may be. And then those players are less interested in participating in the day-to-day markets and the hourly markets. They more want to build assets and then sell off those assets under a long-term power purchase agreement. And then each of those, you'll see them having different levels of activity in the market. So when you really get down to the hourly type of activity, most hourly business is done by people that are actually serving load. They have a load, they have a generator or generators, I should say, in the plural that they're trying to balance. The power marketer types, the large financial institutions, they tend to be more active. They want to transact in standard market products. So everything from, kind of in the day ahead market out to a month, out to a year. They want to sell standard market products in standard commonly traded increments of time. Brian, if that answers your question, or Anna, Todd, anything to add to that?
So I have a follow-up question. So I'm curious about the estimate for staffing. And when you say 1 to 2 full FTEs, are you referring to basically consuming the full position of 1 to 2 full-time employees for the purpose of this keep it simple approach? Or are you imagining that that's just the bandwidth that's necessary, and these people will be doing obviously other things too? Or are you saying that we need to have a dedicated employee and a half, let's say, on in terms of man hours, so to undertake this task?
Yeah, it's a great question, Commissioner. And again, I don't want to give you a wishy-washy answer, but in some respects it depends, on ultimately what the contracts are, what the portfolios are. But typically, so it could be up to 2 in this, keep it simple approach. One thing I'll just say is, it's really tough to do anything with just one person, because people want to take vacation, they get sick, they want to retire at some point, whatever the case may be. Having some redundancy, resiliency, built in, I think is just, good practice from that standpoint. And just, also too, just the knowledge transfer, the information sharing, the ability to bounce ideas off of. At least from my perspective, it's always really tough to do anything with just one person, whether it's power supply or not. My sense is, though, depending upon the need, you're probably not talking about, 2 people 100% of the time on this, although that could certainly be the case. There's probably some excess capacity that's built in. But even that excess capacity, I mean, I don't mean in any way to imply they would be, kind of twiddling their thumbs, if you will. But I suspect what will happen is, that excess capacity, you may hire them, thinking that they're going to help focus on settlements for a contract. So maybe you've got a I'm just going to make this up. Let's say you did a solar purchase from, you know, a wind project or something, or, you know, just to manage, you know, I guess in this keep it simple, it would all be BPA. I think what you would find is that whatever they were hired to do, you may not fill them up completely doing whatever it is you thought they would do, but you would find all of a sudden that there's some excess capacity to do other value added activities. So maybe they you know, through these people, you become more engaged in Bonneville rate case discussions or Bonneville power sales agreement type discussions. You know, there's all the CETA process that's going on, and all the rule making that's going on as we, you know, kind of decarbonize the electric generating fleet, that maybe with only one person, you can't cover those meetings as well as you would. But now that you have two people there, you know, you free up that bandwidth to more actively, you know, monitor those, you know, internally yourself and be able to report back to the board and engage in discussions. So, I don't know, Anna, help me out here if I'm or Todd, but
yeah, I mean, I'll just add that, you know, anecdotally, just kind of thinking through some of the customers I've worked closely with over the years, you know, they'll all have well, every PUD that we work with has, you know, typically a power supply manager as a position. But just thinking about their roles in the day-to-day, you know, the power supply manager might be in charge of power supply. So everything to do with the type of stuff we're talking about. But they also, I can like specific examples. There's one where they're in charge of power supply and customer service and conservation. Power supply and conservation is a pretty, you know, typical pairing up. You know, so to answer your question, Commissioner, like, yeah, I mean, there's other stuff that, you know, even the folks that we work with regularly, you know, they wear a lot of hats. So you wouldn't, I wouldn't expect someone to be 100%, you know, only looking at this stuff, particularly, you know, if we're keeping it simple. You know, there's not a lot of contracts to administer, but there is, you know, so that's I guess my feedback is that, yeah, there'd probably be some bandwidth to tackle other tasks.
Thank you.
I have a question, please.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, but I look at it energy management more than just providing the power. And if I misunderstand, please correct me. But to me, I look at it as an energy manager helping our customers and ourselves to find ways to conserve on energy, not just figure out how do we meet the demand. Is that part of energy management team to do, to work with our customer ourselves to find out best ways to conserve?
Yeah, no, Commissioner Murphy, great comment, and absolutely yes. And I think that, and I think this is all related as well. You know, that gets into, you know, when you have a little, you know, bandwidth, you're better able to take those things on. If you did only have one person, even under the keep it simple approach, it probably does end up staying more focused on just the supply side of it, just because of a limited bandwidth. But if there is, you know, a second person, then you can start to focus on some of those other types of activities as well. So yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, and pairing those functions up is pretty typical amongst the Northwest PUDs. You know, so you'd have the power supply manager might be in charge of power supply, so, you know, interfacing with the market, or, you know, whoever that's been outsourced to ensure that stuff's met. But also kind of in charge of conservation. So there's coordination with, you know, BPA to make sure you're taking advantage of those types of programs. And then also typically in charge of key accounts. So the large customers, particularly when procurement is on behalf of large customers in many cases. So there's a lot to go around. But the conservation side is often kind of one of these roles would cover that as well.
I have a quick question related to staffing as well. You know, post 2024, there's a pretty wide range for the speculative addition of load. You know, Brian, you said at our last commission meeting, you know, it really could be anywhere from 30 to 300 megawatts. So, is this the kind of thing where once we get set up, we can scale to meet those new loads pretty quickly? Or would that, at what point would we need to bring on another FTE to manage more load?
I guess I know, Brian, if you wanted that, or wanted me to. I wasn't.
No, go ahead, Jeff. I'd like to hear your response.
No, it's a great question, and one thing I will say too is I do think, Commissioner Grant, this ability to scale probably becomes another part of the outsourcing versus keeping things in-house type function. Kind of if something is outsourced, that can be an easier, I guess, shock absorber, either in the short or the longer term, to provide that buffer and to be able to quickly ramp up. And it's always easier to go beat up on a consultant and ask them to kind of turn up the crank a little quicker, and also if things don't pan out, it's always easier to scale back the work of a consultant rather than in-house. So I guess that's one thought I have. I think another thing, Whatcom is in a really unique position, as I think relative to other utilities. A lot of utilities have kind of a more traditional customer base of residential customers, commercial customers, and then you might have a few larger industrial customers. But in most cases, even what most utilities would call industrial customer, obviously Seattle, Tacoma, Snohomish are in a different category. But for a lot of utilities your size, an industrial customer is still a relatively small customer compared to what you all are talking about here too. So one of the things, in having this, I think there would be some ability to scale up. If you had a couple of folks on staff, but also too, I do think, depending upon the nature of those loads and the nature of the customer, you may only grow from, I'll say from a 30 megawatt peak utility to a 60 megawatt. But if that 60 megawatts includes, 2 or 3, 5, 10 megawatt type customers, that might actually place more burdens on the district than adding a single 300 megawatt type of a customer. So I'm starting to feel like, Commissioner Grant, I'm deviating from your question a little bit, but those are, some thoughts on scaling.
Okay.
I might add, I guess from my perspective, where you really start looking at having to staff up versus outsourcing is when you get into the short-term markets and you're looking at daily or hourly transactions. That's a whole different level of activity. It's one thing to do day-ahead schedule. It's another thing to be actively buying and selling, or determining your needs on a short-term basis within the day or hour.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Brian. And I'll just say, again, as one outsourcing solution that's out there, when utilities like Whatcom do decide to outsource something to us, it's typically those daily, hourly charts and those activities that I was just showing you a little bit ago is what gets outsourced. Again, the utilities always need to own the strategic piece. And oftentimes the kind of the customer relationship and the longer term stuff is longer term decision making and procurement activity is what the utilities will keep in-house. But yeah, when you're getting down to trading next day or next hour, something that requires a 7x24 presence, or somebody needs to be in the office by 5:30 transacting every day, those are the types of things where it's oftentimes that gets outsourced. That's an excellent point.
If I can I add one more thing there, Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brian? Before I retired, I actually became certified as the energy management at the school district I worked with. And we looked at ways to save on energy, and we needed another person. And kind of answer Christine's question, we found ways to conserve energy that we were saving we went up to $100,000 in savings of energy, and we almost made it to 200,000. That paid for the staff. So we really didn't ask anybody for money. We just did it by finding ways to save. So I could see us doing that as a PUD too. We could hire staff, but we also could find ways where they pay for themselves.
Great point. Okay, any more questions? Otherwise, I'll, yes. go
Are
ahead.
there other, in terms of, so you've got these two approaches, are there other approaches that, that we should consider? Or are you basically suggesting, and the left is kind of business as usual, perhaps with a little bit more procedural formality, recognizing the organic growth that we have, as well as evolution at BPA. And then the path on the right way is starting to delve into exposing our organization to more variability and risk, and not being fully dependent on BPA. Is there a reason that you narrowed it down to just these two pathways?
No, other than just, it seems like the most viable or most reasonable paths. I mean, there's, obviously other paths you could take. I will say though, Commissioner too, I think, one presumption of ours is that BPA is always going to play a primary role in your power supply future. For reasons that we talked about before, I know there's a lot of concerns around cost and Bonneville, and rightly so, but the federal Columbia River power system is a really valuable product. I think it would always be our recommendation, absent something that's, something unforeseen that we're not even thinking about, that BPA would always be a key part of your power supply situation. So that right there, again, if you start to, as Commissioner Grant was just talking about here a few minutes ago, if you start to add some new large customers, then all of a sudden Bonneville could quickly become a smaller portion of your power supply portfolio, because that cost-based piece that is so valuable is fixed. But setting that aside for the moment, you're always going to want to have as much as that cost-based power as you can. And again, our presumption is that you would stay a load following customer. I mean, in theory, you could become a slice customer in the future, and that would kind of be a whole nother conversation. But I think for talking purposes, what makes the most sense is, one, you'll want to retain as much BPA as you can, and I think what makes most sense is to right now is to remain a load following customer. And so, at the margin, we're talking about a relatively small increment of power. And again, start adding a couple of large customers, and that could quickly change. But that is speculative at this point. And so we're talking about kind of a small increment. The one fine tuning though that you could do is rather than purchasing BPA tier 2, you could just decide to procure all of that above high water mark power supply needs from the market. So that's more of I would say a fine tuning of the toe in the water. I don't know that it really changes things that much. It probably just changes the volume. But I think another key piece of this, and kind of, stepping back from this, and, one key consideration of kind of, well, why would you even do the toe in the water versus the keep it simple? I do think because of the potential for new large load growth, and the uncertainty in that, and the potential for a radical change happening very quickly, I do think a case can be made that there is value to dipping your toe in the water and starting to set up that infrastructure, if you will, to be able to purchase non-federal power supplies. As we talk about here, go ahead and establish a risk management committee, establish an energy risk management policy, begin to procure some non-federal power supply, and it'll be relatively small to begin, but it gets you starting to make those kinds of decisions. It gets you comfortable, making those types of decisions. And I think through that, if in the future you did start to add, whether it's 2024, 2025, at some point, some new large customers, and I think an argument could be made that you'll be better positioned to respond to their wants, their needs, their questions when they come up than if you solely kept it in the kind of the keep it simple column.
So, okay, so thank you for that explanation. And it, I'm understanding that, we're looking at, as a PUD, at this growth. And we have this, the evolution of BPA as well. And so for what's being presented is completely reasonable from my perspective. I am thinking about something else though. And that's why I wanted to ask this question before I brought it up. And that's that at the PUD, we've had conversations about projects like the Coastal Community Wind Project in Grays Harbor, doing something like that here in Whatcom County, doing a project like Snohomish County's Community Solar Project. There's, it's been discussions on even slightly larger than that, in collaboration with some of the industrial players out at Cherry Point, a type of project that would be in the tens of megawatts. And why I'm bringing that up is that we could look at that as an independent track, or we could integrate it into this general approach of increasing the horsepower of our organization as it relates to energy and energy trading. I'd like you to think about that, and maybe there's like a variation of toe in the water that deals with locally produced renewables too. I don't know. I mean, that's up to the commission to input on. I'm just wanted to bring up these potential locally produced renewables that could be online in as soon as 5 years, or maybe even a couple of years. The point is that I want to understand how those kind of local produced renewables would fit into this toe in the water pathway.
No, it's a great point, Commissioner, I think there are, ultimately there are other paths you could, pursue, excuse me. And again, I don't think we necessarily intended to limit you to just these and say, here's your 2 lanes, pick one. I think there's ultimate paths, as you're pointing out, you could go down. And also too, these aren't mutually exclusive. So there are instances of, utilities that have developed resources, but also, aside from the resource development, kept it in the keep it simple column, and I'm thinking of the, I forget the name of it, Todd, Anna, but the Lewis Hydro project, where I think Lewis PUD, correct me if I'm wrong, is the owner operator of the project, but then they just sold that project 100% to BPA. BPA integrates that as part of the, the federal based system, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell me if I am. And obviously, bad example, and that now Lewis is a slice customer now at this point. But when that whole process started, they were a full requirements customer or a load following customer. So I don't think, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think these different ideas are mutually exclusive. And ultimately, I think what needs to happen is, there needs to be some type of a strategic plan that is put in place. What is success? What is the district trying to achieve? How does it want to position itself, within the community and with both existing and potential customers, as a participant in the wholesale market? And then, as part of that process, out of that would flow an integrated resource plan that would start to lay out a longer term, power supply strategy and demand side management, conservation type of a strategy as well. So anyway, I don't know, Anna or Todd, anything to add, but they're not mutually exclusive, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and just also making clear that it's, at least at the present time, it's likely that community-based renewables projects are going to be more expensive than production. I mean, acquiring production from, other much larger projects. So I recognize that. And to some degree, the basis for that kind of action would be not providing the best. I mean, it's not typical utility type of thinking, if you understand what I'm saying. Meaning providing the customers what they want at the best price possible. There would have to be a desire to support local renewables in and of themselves for the sake of themselves. So to some degree, it is almost a parallel track. It's important to do this work to be able to know how much more expensive they are than what would be traditional utility market acquisition of capacity. So it's almost like this pathway, this toe in the water pathway that you've described needs to happen anyway, because if you're going to spend more for community-based resources, you should know how much more and what's your baseline. So anyway, thanks for the comment.
Commissioner, I would say you are spot on in your thinking, and you'll notice in the toe in the water, it says purchase BPA tier 2, new resource, other supply. And that is code word for there may be other community-based renewables that as a board, as a policy body, there's interest in doing something in the community. And so, yes, it would look different. But I did come from Snohomish PUD and very proud of the work and the transition in thinking that did occur about valuing locally based renewables. And that is sharpening the pencil and thinking about the world in a different way. It's different than going to market. And yet, as Jeff was discussing, if there is, say, a community solar project or some onshore wind project, there still is the day-to-day operational component. There's the tactile decisions that a risk management group needs to be thinking about. And the resources and those choices of doing something within the community would fall more in the policy and strategy conversation, the longer term vision. So definitely not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not mutually exclusive. Yeah, right. And almost one needs to occur to make the other one possible.
It's an interesting way to think of that.
Yeah. So, okay. Thank you.
Well, good discussion. I think, Anna, I'll hand it off to you at this point, and I'll go ahead and advance the slides for you so we don't have to switch the presenter if that works for you.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Well, this is a slide that we did cover last time, and Whatcom definitely is thinking about and forecasting new growth. The gray bars at the bottom, the 27 average megawatts that Bonneville is serving as part of your tier 1 at cost. That is fantastic. And you know what they're doing behind the scenes now, as Jeff showed. They're forecasting your load along with Mr. Walters, and they are following the moment-to-moment changes for you. And those are things that you're paying for in your load following power contract and the ancillary services that come with that service. As you start to think about the green bars starting in late 2022, with maybe some new refinery process load coming on at the end of 2022 that could grow, and then eventually some new growth industrial process load coming on in 2024. Now that you're out of the BPA high water mark or the maximum amount that you can purchase at cost, now the decision before you is how might we go about that? And how would we set up to consider what we might need and the timing of that need? So we talked about this last time. Next slide. And so as I was thinking about Jeff, as he was explaining all the different infrastructure, if you will, for managing a portfolio and expanding beyond Bonneville, whether it includes Bonneville in a tier 2 capacity or some other resource, I was reminded that my high school son has been a soccer player for a long time. And He wanted to turn out for football. And this year, for the first time, he decided to turn out for football. And the reality is he doesn't know much about football except what he saw on TV. And I think about Whatcom, not to dumb this down in any way, but you have been enjoying being a Bonneville load following customer, and now you're changing sports. And there are new rules and there are different things to think about. And so as I was thinking about his first 7 days, every day, practicing 2 hours a day and coming home just exhausted, he would fall asleep at the table after he had dinner. I was thinking about how your brain might be ready to explode, taking in all this new information in these first 13 slides. And so it dawned on me that, this is a process over time as you gain understanding, and you guys are very quick on the uptake of everything that's going on here, including what your customers may be asking for. But we thought it might be good to just peel back to the playbook, if you will, of what is this thing energy that we're actually thinking about. And by the way, there's this thing being talked about a lot at Public Power Council and PUD and NRU and others in the region about capacity. And those two things you really need to understand for your playbook. And I know that staff gets it because we live and breathe this all the time. But at a policy level, these are really key distinctions that will help you transition from being a soccer player to a football star. So anyway, if I could use that metaphor there. Also a proud mom, by the way, they won their first game. Even the soccer player moves worked. So, so energy, what is this darn thing? Well, you can tell right away I'm used to being in the marketplace where I say it is the amount of electricity produced and consumed over time, and the measurement is per hour. And I immediately go to megawatt hours because I'm used to being in the marketplace and thinking about large resources. But actually for your customers, kilowatt hour consumption, how much they're consuming every hour is measured in kilowatt hours. And on an annual basis, the quantity of energy that's produced by a resource, let's say a solar project, a wind project, hydro project, it is the amount of energy the project produces every hour. When you sum it over the year, you get total production for the year. In my world, a very common term that we use is annual energy. So what is the annual energy production of a resource? Or what is your annual total kilowatt hour retail load that you have that you serve? We use a lot of different acronyms and all kinds of things here, but annual energy is the amount of energy, the electricity produced every hour or consumed every hour across a year. And we divide by the number of hours in the year, and it just happens to be on the back of my right hand, which is 8760. So there are 8,760 hours in every year except leap years, and we think about those too. And so that's how we come up with annual energy or average megawatts. So Jeff, if you could go back one slide. Thank you. 27 is the annual average energy that Bonneville is serving you. In some hours there's more, in some hours there's less. But on average, across a year, 8,760 hours in that year, as long as it's not a leap year, they're giving you 27 average megawatts or of energy. So what's interesting, and Jeff, if you go forward one more slide, is the part that we talked least about, and it seems a little murky, moving on to the next slide, please, is this darn thing called capacity. I was trying to think about how I could create a trivia game that's all about capacity for like a Northwest Power group where we could just get together and geek out together. But this is really a key distinction, and this separates you from the JV team to the varsity team if I can. And really just to unmask what this is, a lot of times we think about the nameplate or the installed capacity of a resource. Let's say, I think I heard that you were thinking about a Tushy solar project, and it probably is of a certain size, and it's going to have a nameplate or installed capacity. How much machine capability are they going to put in the ground at that particular project? Now that's the maximum amount that that generator could produce under perfect or ideal conditions. And depending on the resource type, whether it's solar or wind or hydro, or even battery. It depends on what that generator was designed for, what the fuel type is, and people spend a lot of money and a lot of studies trying to figure out what is its norm. But we know that its installed capacity is usually right on the generator itself. You can read it. And those are measured in megawatts, so MW or kilowatts. So in terms of a community solar project, many times it might be in total kilowatts. So that is a very first place to start. What is the installed capacity of the resource? What's the nameplate? What is its maximum capability under ideal conditions? Capacity planning is where many of us at TEA and Mr. Walters as well spend a lot of time thinking about capacity planning. Well, what the heck is that? Well, in the winter, when Whatcom PUD is pulling its peak, the average energy isn't going to work. So there will be some additional loading. Maybe they need to keep things warm overnight when the temperatures dip. Maybe there's some heating loads, additional streetlight load. Not really sure all of the details on your particular customer group, but what is the maximum amount of load we need to plan for? And is there sufficient generator or energy to serve that need when it spikes up in an hour to that large level? And what's interesting in the capacity planning world, and probably where I spent probably the last 5 years of my life, is thinking about there are resources that have different contributions to serving that need. For instance, if you were in Eastern Washington and you had irrigation load and you had air conditioning load during the summer period, well, that sure seems like an excellent fit with solar, because solar is going to peak in that June, July, August timeframe during the heat of the day when there is generally excellent light, great sun. And so the fuel is highly available. And so that's perfect. And in the same way, folks who are served by Bonneville who are winter peakers, Bonneville has tremendous capability with the rain and other things that might flow through in the fall and how they manage the reservoirs to be able to create as much energy as they can to serve the winter capacity needs for utilities, for instance, on the west side that are home and have their heat on and such. So capacity planning is thinking about how are you going to serve that peak demand, the load, and what sorts of resources can you count on, and what do they bring to bear on that given period, that given season, that given hour. The last double bonus question, which separates the men from the boys here, no pun intended, firm dispatchable capacity is something that hasn't been talked about often, but you'll hear more and more conversations about that. Firm dispatchable capacity is nothing more than a resource you can turn on and off at will. It can fill in the gap when other resources aren't performing. So let me say a little bit more about that. Wind is a wonderful resource. It generates at a time that is not necessarily aligned with customers' loads on the west side, where you're pulling winter peaks, because in the cold periods, wind tends not to blow. In the heat of the summer, wind tends not to blow. So there needs to be something that can be dispatched or turned on to fill the gap when the wind is not blowing. In the same way, if the clouds come overhead and there's days and days of cloudy weather, particularly on the west side, what will fill the gap? What could you dispatch to fill in the gap when that resource is experiencing a lack of fuel? So the firm dispatchable capacity is something we have enjoyed in the region from Bonneville, from the Federal Columbia River Power System. And as we start to add more and more renewables in the region and think about changing our resource mix to be further and further decarbonized, we're facing the challenge of what will you turn on and off to fill in the gaps when renewables just from no fault of their own just can't contribute at that specific period. So I'll pause there for questions. Okay, hearing none, moving on to the next slide then. So let's take a day in the life of a power manager. which you would have hired an excellent power manager to think about all this for you, but this is just deep in the weeds as you think about, well, we really do kind of like solar. So let's say there's a 1 megawatt nameplate solar resource, and it's sited in the Puget Sound. So it's not the best solar resource because the Puget Sound is kind of cloudy. I believe Whatcom is a little bit north of the convergence zone, so you may well have more blue sky days than other who are in the convergence zone. But let's say the resource will produce 10 to 20% of its capability during daylight hours. And that's because there's only a few hours a day, depending on the weather, when that solar project will produce. So I picked something that's relatively demonstrated on the west side for solar resources. 10 to 20% is a good range. So if the 1 megawatt solar project produces only 20% of its capability per hour, then each hour, that 1 hour, you would have 2/10 of a megawatt hour of energy. So even though it has a 1 megawatt solar nameplate, it's only producing for that specific hour in this example 2/10 of a megawatt hour. But over 5 hours, the total energy would actually be 1 megawatt hour. So really the point of this here, this example, is that 1 megawatt of installed solar capability or nameplate won't produce 1 megawatt hour, 1 for 1. It'll take multiple hours, depending on the month, depending on the set of days, depending on the weather, to produce a full megawatt hour of energy. And as I mentioned before, solar and wind resources, they act differently. They each have their benefits, they each have their drawbacks, but what they can bring to bear on a cold winter day or hot summer day is different than a resource like hydro. And typically solar and wind are paired with firm dispatchable resources that can fill in when the wind doesn't blow and the sun isn't shining. And right now, Bonneville does provide what I'll call that integration or fill in the gap service. They charge for that. We call it integration, but they're following it moment by moment, and there's a cost. And that's part of the cost adder we were talking about last time, that Bonneville would help pair with the resource like a solar or wind project, providing the capacity so it can be dispatched when the fuel doesn't show up. Questions? Okay, moving on to the next slide then.
I just wanted to thank you. It's good that you're taking this stepwise approach to kind of cover the fundamentals.
Oh, good. I'm glad that's helpful. Thank you. So last time we glossed over this, knowing we'd be back a second time to give just a little more distinction here. What is that darn red line? So I glossed over it really quickly last time, and we're showing that the forecast load growth is the black line. That's the energy need, the average energy expected growth, particularly as we see from 5 average megawatts going into 7 average megawatts. But what's interesting, and we didn't spend any time, was what's the peak of that need? What's the total capacity need beyond the energy component that you'll have to think about as you plan to serve future growth? There's an energy component and the capacity component. And moving forward to the right where there's new industrial load forecast, this is just pictorial, just to illustrate that not only will you need to think about 17 to 26 average megawatts in this example, but there will be some capacity component you need to keep in mind. And that's represented by the red dashed line. Okay, next slide. So we mentioned before that why would you think about maybe changing the course that you're on? And as Jeff mentioned, you may find yourself in a situation where new load growth is coming at you as you're growing out of your Bonneville allotment. And there are lots of reasons, lots of risks and rewards in how you think about serving that future growth. And one, as we talked last time, was there's an opportunity depending on your strategy, how to mitigate BPA costs and some of their requirements. You can imagine they're performing on your behalf right now, even as we speak, filling in the moment to moment for Whatcom as the load varies. You might have had some cold temperatures at the end of February where that cold polar vortex dropped down. So they were serving that for you, and they may have been in the market buying for you or planning by releasing additional water for you. As you advance and have need that's above what they do for you, Bonneville needs notice. They need to figure out what it is they would use and what they would need to go procure, and they need advance notice for that. And they give you a chance to update what you think you might need, but at some point they need to lock down whatever your estimation is and make a purchase or procurement or plan so they can fulfill their power supply and marketing for the rest of the region. In addition, if you are at risk, which you could be, of a new load siting in your service territory that just plops down and says, hey, we're here, we need 12 megawatts or 16 megawatts in the first year, then if you don't have anything in place to think about, Bonneville would automatically serve that for you, but there would be a high price tag at about $80 per megawatt hour. And no one really wants to experience that new large single load policy Bonneville has. It's great to know you'd be served. At the same time, that's a really high cost if that shows up in a single year. So thinking about how you might proceed and plan for the future gives you options to perhaps avoid the new large single load policy Bonneville has in place at this time. We also talked about last time that it's always great for local control to plan and chart your own course and have an alignment and discussion across the utility and with the policymakers and your customers of what is it you're trying to achieve, what's important to Whatcom PUD and your customers. So you have the flexibility to decide what and when and the timing of any new additions. You have the ability to accelerate, slow things down, increase things. You could even purchase ahead of need if that was something because you had indications from a customer that you might be serving someone sooner rather than later. The other thing that's wonderful about having your own local control and your own charting your own destiny is you can explore resource options, whether it be wind on your coastline or a solar project in Eastern Washington, or maybe a community solar project within your own service territory. That allows you opportunities and thinking. And part of, I think, what Jeff was really conveying is as you start to think about beyond Bonneville, there are so many opportunities and rewards. And at the same time, be aware there are risks, and you'll want to put best practices and risk controls in place so there's no gotchas. But at the same time, having the ability to tailor to meet your own future, that's worth a lot. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as Jeff mentioned straight on, and I think commissioners, you were quick to point out, really need to understand and figure out what your strategy and your goals are. Where are you headed? What are you thinking about? What's important to your community? What's your long-term vision for power supply in general? Do you want to decarbonize by a certain date? At what cost do you want to pursue that? There are risks and rewards when you think about developing or buying new resources, as we talked about, and also as you think about growing the portfolio or implementing your strategy. Once you've aligned on what that is, you'll want to have risk management policies and procedures, and you'll want to have the appropriate staff in place to help manage things or figure out what the outsourcing is for certain elements of the perhaps counterparty credit and portfolio risk analytics and things. To get started, there's a lot of thinking, good thinking, that you have to put your heads together and figure out, what are we facing? What's our energy need? What kind of resources would we want to complement what we already have? If Bonneville is part of our future, that's a great thing, or is that a concern? Do we want to diversify? And if we did diversify, we have to recognize not all resources act the same way. And that's okay, but sometimes they can add cost, and you just have to be eyes wide open on that. So really, just in wrapping up, take the time to think about what that plan is. You don't have any immediate resource decisions that have to be made in the next month or two. You've got time to kind of plan and strategize. What do we want this to look like? What's our long-term vision? And these other places, as I told my son when his head was exploding, trying to memorize all the plays, it's like, you know, honey, you've done football now for 7 days. And next week, all these things you just learned, they're going to be in your tool chest, in your tool belt, and you'll draw on them because you've understood them, you've put things in place. And then when they ask you to do the new play, you're going to know it because you're not all overwhelmed by the new things you've just learned. So take the time, think about how you plan, and think about what different strategies you could pursue. I think that commissioners, you were talking about the toe in the water versus just keep it simple. There's such a range of flavors there, depending on what your ultimate strategy and goals and objectives are for Whatcom PUD. I think, Jeff, I'm not mistaken, I think that's the end of our presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions or.
Do you have any questions from the commission?
Both Jeff and Anna and Todd, I think it was, I learned a lot. I got to go home and now go back over everything and think about it, as you said. Got to take it all in. So, but I appreciate it and I thank you. And I definitely will have questions, but I'm going to approach Brian pretty soon on some of my questions. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I also want to say thank you and have a lot to think through. Just one question related to the new large single load policy that BPA has. You know, with some of the potential new loads that we could bring on in future years here, I guess I want to think about how that new large single load policy could impact the decision for an industry to locate here. I mean, if a new industry comes and needs a lot of new load, they're going to face this hurdle all over the region if they're locating somewhere that's providing. I mean, I guess I'm sort of trying to understand how the only way that we would avoid triggering the new large single load fee through BPA is if we were procuring energy from non-federal sources. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay.
And Mr. Walters, I probably would defer to you on this, but the word that comes to my mind immediately is we would love to have you. And how could you phase your locating in our service territory?
That's what I was thinking too, Anna. And I guess it's hard because we don't know. This is all very, you know, we just, it's all speculative at this point for many of the much larger loads that we're thinking about.
Yes. And I think you will not be surprised that many of the larger industrial processing companies, they are very much aware of the Bonneville cost.
Got it.
So they are shopping for a place that might have headroom. For example, there might be, I'll just use a client to the south of Seattle who might have room and could accommodate immediately because they have more Bonneville headroom than, for instance, Whatcom PUD does. So they might pursue and make that phone call first, but they are looking at many different utilities at the same time, shopping on where they can site. I just think Whatcom PUD has some very unique opportunities for industrial process load. And so I would imagine you're at the top of their list every time.
Yeah, if I could just jump in and add to that too on the unique element, you know, obviously from an infrastructure build out you have is unique. But the other thing too, that I think is worth remembering, and I wouldn't sell yourself short on, is just the fact that you're largely in the business of serving these large industrial customers. And so it's very typical for, for other utilities to, pass through the wholesale cost of power to an industrial customer and maybe, mark it up just a little bit for an admin fee type of a thing. But you're not having to worry about, integrating these customers from a policy perspective, from a rate setting perspective, with a whole bunch of other customers and that some of these other big utilities are burdened by. So, your ability to customize, your ability to offer one-off solutions and creative solutions potentially could be greater than what other utilities can do. So just, even if you're offering the same power, quote unquote, power supply as, somebody else, just your ability to be flexible, your ability to be nimble, because this really is the business you're in, could, at the margins create a qualitative, if not a quantitative monetary benefit as these customers come talking to you.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you're spot on with those comments for us. I mean, if I use our dear friend Puget Sound Energy as an example, but any vertically integrated utility like Puget that owns resources, manages their own portfolio, has less flexibility to look at resources to serve a specific customer than we do. You always have to take into consideration their existing mix of resources and how this, might fit into that broader picture. Whereas we have a lot more freedom to customize for each individual. If we're just talking about separate industrial loads, a lot more freedom to customize how we serve that customer and with what resources. Might also add on Commissioner Grant, as far as the NLSL rate and NLSL policy that Bonneville has, that is a discussion that's in play as the parties start getting together to look at the new Bonneville contract post 2028. I mean, I think even Bonneville as an agency would prefer to keep serving new large loads if they could, to have them on their system. And there's no appetite to try to change federal legislation regarding this, but there is some wiggle room in terms of how Bonneville sets the NLSL rate, what level they set that at. And that discussion will be in play over the next, as we develop that new contract.
Okay, well, thank you, Brian, Energy Authority. Is there any further comment on this particular subject I'd like to ask for? Well, thank you. I just wanted to, in summary, say that this is the second presentation. I think we got into I think some important meat on the subject of how to move the PUD in a direction of portfolio management. It's become really clear to me how this concept of portfolio management is something that is a key part of how our PUD can grow, and to some degree a key part of exploring community projects too. And that's probably the biggest learning for me personally from these two presentations, recognizing the need to thinking about portfolio management, particularly because we can't just go as like a private business could or a private individual could do and acquire a renewable energy generating source and let someone else manage it for us. We're a utility, so we have to act like one. So recognizing that has been a very helpful for me. I appreciate the presentation. So thanks for that. So there's no further comments. Let's move on to new business.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
I guess I should ask for one more question from Brian. What's the follow-up? What's the next step now? We've had these two presentations. What's happening next?
Well, I think we have to, one things we've discussed in the past would be another, an energy workshop, either as an add-on to one of our regular commission meetings or as a separate workshop to discuss, to continue these discussions forward. And, that's discussion for the commission and Steve and when we set the date for that workshop.
Great, thank you. So moving on our agenda, new business. Let's see, just taking a quick time to get 9:50 and we go ahead and move to the NC presentation, Steve.
Yes, Commissioner Murphy has a question or,
Yeah,
I don't have a question, Steve, but I'd like to step in before Daryl speaks, but you go ahead. I mean, there's reasons why I asked Daryl to come and share with us, but go ahead, Steve.
no, Commissioner Murphy, go ahead. No, I think that you may provide a good segue into both introducing Daryl and why you wanted him to attend. And why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Steve. Back in January, a question came up, or at least a person spoke about, planting trees in Whatcom County, and I appreciate that. And she led me to think about it, and all of a sudden, right away, Daryl came to my mind because of all the work he and NC, or Nooksack Salmon Enhancement Association, has been doing. And Daryl, I don't know, Steve, Rebecca, you might want to, I think it's been 15, maybe plus years we've been working together. I'm not sure. It's been a long time that we looked at ways, how could we restore streams? How can we be a part of the solution in Whatcom County? And NC came up, and it's been a great, I've really enjoyed seeing what has been done. And I hope, Daryl, you have some slides to show us the before and after, because it's always incredible how you restore the streams, you and your staff, and in the community too, helping out. So I'm looking forward, Daryl, to what you'll share with us and how many trees we supported through the PUD and the habitat improvement, maintenance of miles, I believe, and miles of streams have been restored. So that's all I had to say, Steve.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And I would just add a couple of things. Again, always looking forward to Daryl's presentation every year. And yes, I think the cooperative effort between the PUD and NC does go back at least, probably close to 20 years. And it's taken different forms, but the last 10 years or so, at least, that we've counted on Daryl to come and make the request for a small amount of contribution from the PUD to his programs, and how that small contribution can be leveraged to do an awful lot in the county. I think it's just another example of, and I say a small contribution. I think we started out with 10,000, moved it up to 15,000. The last couple of years, we made it 20,000. But how, a small amount can really provide an opportunity for the PUD to be a player in the work that Daryl and his, and NC does. Again, welcome, Daryl, and I'll just let you take it from here.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. And thank you very much, commissioners and other PUD staff, for allowing me to come present this year. I missed the presentation last year, and like Steve said, this has been going on for a long time. So I was looking forward to getting together with you again soon. I know you also have a new commissioner, so I thought maybe I'll start my presentation with a little bit of background on kind of what NC is and what we do. And if I did not introduce myself formally, my name is Daryl Gray, and I am the NC project manager, which means I run around and get stuff. That's that's pretty much it. But I'm going to open my presentation and then share my screen, and then we'll get going. My apologies. I should have shared my screen before I opened that.
There we go.
We good? Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Hoping it will upload. Here we go. So as I mentioned, I'm a project manager, and so I have a great job. I get to run around and meet a lot of people and put projects together and acquire supplies, materials, equipment, hire contractors where necessary, and meet a lot of wonderful landowners along the way, and I get to see a lot of the county. That said, we primarily focus on lowland streams, and when I mean lowland streams, I'm not excluding the forks, but we typically work on tributaries to the Nooksack River, in the Sumas watershed, in independent drainages like Terrell Creek and Dakota Creek and Squalcombe Creek. We do work on some tributaries of the forks, but we generally don't, go up into the main stem of any of the forks. Those projects are typically handled by both tribes, the Nooksack and Lummi Nation. There's plenty to work to do down here, so we don't feel bad at all for not being present in those larger scale in-river projects. We have a permanent restoration crew. This picture is a crew that our crew for 2020. Ben Smith and Molly Adset have both returned to university, so we're down to 4. And actually Tallulah and Isaiah were hired to replace Ben Smith and Molly, and there was a little bit of overlap there. Typically, these folks come to us from our WCC crew, which is in my next slide. We have a Washington Conservation Corps crew that we share with Whatcom County. And for those of you who are not familiar with the Washington Conservation Corps, the supervisor is a DOE employee, and then they hire 5 new crew members every year. Their fiscal year starts on October 1st and finishes at the end of September. So there's a little bit of overlap in the year. So this is our crew that started with us in 2020. And as I mentioned, James remains static, but then the crew will change. So this is, I didn't have a good group picture of the new crew, but I had this one, and I won't get into much detail about why they're acting about chickens, but I'll get back to that a little bit later. So as I mentioned, James stays, and then we get 5 new crew members. And what usually materializes is that one crew member will kind of stand out and they will become the assistant supervisor. So in this case, Simone became our assistant. She was previously on the last year crew as just a crew member. And that is pretty much how it's worked almost every year, that a crew member will stay on for the following year, which is great, which gives us a lot of continuity about site locations and what projects we've established and are going back to maintain or to monitor. So that was really good. And then, as I mentioned, going back to our permanent crew, if somebody really shines on one of these crews and we have the funding, we will hire them ourselves and keep them on as permanent NC staff. It doesn't always happen, but we've been able to keep our crew, our permanent NC crew, at around 4 to 5 people. Our NC facility is located on Bakerview, just down the hill, just a little east of Hannigan. We have about 6 acres. We have some offices. We have some structures for storing equipment. We also have 2 large native plant gardens, and these are really useful if people want an idea of what plants we install, what might be suitable for their site. Often ask them just to come down and walk with us a little bit. We have kind of a little simulated stream channel. We don't have a creek on the property. And we're slowly replanting most of the 6 acres. We'll probably end up with a couple of acres for our facility and the rest is going back to forest. And we've developed a few trails through this area. And again, we can invite people and they can come down and, look at different plant species and how they're usually grouped together in a natural environment. We have a large native plant nursery. We do probably plant more bare root plants than anything, but when you purchase bare root plants, they typically don't lift them till everything is dormant. So sometimes you can get plants late December and sometimes you can get plants in early, or you can always get plants usually by early mid-January. But that kind of loses the opportunity to plant, say, from October to December. And so we pot up about 10,000 additional plants, and that kind of bridges that gap. We've also found just through experience that volunteers do better with potted material. I mean, the plant is a little more resilient when it comes with its own soil and pretty intact root system. Bare root planting is faster and maybe a little bit better for some plants as far as getting the roots established in the right places, but there has to be a fair amount of quality control, or you could damage the plants while you're planting them. So that's where I say we lean more to the potted plants for our volunteer planting. And so this is a list, and I apologize if it's too small to see, but I believe Rebecca or Ann sent out a PDF of this list. And also because I didn't do a presentation last year, we included a 2019 list. And so we do a variety, we probably do more riparian planting than anything, but we do a lot of in-stream construction in the summer. And the in-stream construction window is July 1st to September 30th. Sometimes, depending on rainfall, you can get an extension into October. So all of our large woody debris placement or channel reconfiguration or fish passage projects fall within that window. So that's pretty much our focus for those 3 months. Obviously, there's back-ended by a lot of, permitting and design work. But the other 9 months of the year, we are planting, preparing planting sites, or maintaining past planting sites. And so this gives you a little bit of number of, how many new projects we do each year, the amount of feet of riparian habitat, the amount of trees installed. And because I obviously can't review these 32 projects, I usually just kind of pick a few that I think are kind of interesting or a little different than what we typically do. So one of the projects that we did last year, which I thought was kind of neat and have been in the works for many years, was we placed a bunch of large woody debris in Terrell Creek on the BP Cherry Point refinery project. And this project was precipitated by a habitat assessment. And I want to get into that in a little bit, but I just wanted to give you an idea. The project site is just north of Grandview on the Blaine Road, with about half of it being to the east and about half of it being to the west. So I mentioned how we like to start almost any project. Sometimes it depends on funding availability, is to do a habitat assessment. So we're going to go and walk up the stream, starting at the downstream end, and we're going to document all of the habitat that we encounter within that stream. We will usually break it down into stream reaches, and that doesn't necessarily mean there's some geomorphological change in that reach. Usually it's bounded by a road, so we can park a car at one end and then go up and drop another car at the other end, and then we don't have to walk back. This, however, in Terrell Creek actually was there were definitely some different habitat characteristics present in some of these reaches which weren't in others. So it kind of almost followed some of the natural variability. So when I mean habitat assessment, we are collecting data. We're typically looking at number of pools, the depth of pools, the area of pools, the area of spawning habitat, whether pools have cover. We're also documenting vegetation adjacent to the channel while we're walking up the creek. And it's a lot of data, and it gets put into Excel spreadsheets and then kind of sorted or queried depending on what we want to look at. We're also looking at the presence of large woody debris, because large wood is really integral to creating habitat for salmon and, increasing the diversity, the depth of pools, the sorting of gravels. And so again, there's just kind of a lot of numbers in these tables. And from that, we usually put everything into GIS, more so in the last 5 years. And then we're making recommendations about what we want to do to improve habitat or increase habitat diversity within one of those reaches. And then we put together kind of a restoration recommendation or a goal of what we want to achieve. And then we kind of rank them as what we feel is the most important thing to do. Obviously, if you've got 2 miles of habitat, but you have a barrier culvert at the downstream, that would be the first, that would rise immediately to the top. Fortunately, in Terrell, we have removed 2 major barriers, and DOT has removed 2 major barriers in the last 10 years. So now there is no fish passage barrier between Terrell Lake and Birch Bay. So that's pretty exciting. So now the next step is to go in and, what can we do to improve or restore the habitat upstream of those barriers? So again, we put this plan together in 2013 and kind of looking for money to complete some of these restoration goals. And fortunately, maybe I'll just back up a little bit. Fortunately, the BB WARM acronym, I assume people know what that acronym means, is a county department that just kind of looks at the Terrell Creek watershed and generally that area around Blaine. And they have to do some mitigation for some work in Birch Bay proper. And there was really not room in that area to do mitigation that would be of great benefit to fish. And so I asked them if they'd be interested in participating in this large woody debris placement project. And it took a number of years to kind of get it together, but they did get it approved. And so they funded this project in its entirety. We've done some helicopter work in the past, and I guess the beauty of using helicopters is they're very quick and you don't do a lot of damage to your site, bringing in heavy equipment in and out multiple times. Typically, we have contracted with Columbia, I think in the past 20 years, more than anybody else. They were really set up for logging, and so they're very good at moving wood around. And this is a Vertol. It can lift about, when it's low on fuel, it can lift about 10,000 pounds. So they really fly low on fuel, and they refuel about every hour or so just to keep the weight of the fuel down. And I just got this quick little video that gives you an idea. So this is, this is not too forested in this reach. A lot of it was really densely forested. You'll see in some future pictures. But instead of bringing equipment in a mile and kind of destroying things on our way in and on our way out, it really helps. And they can be fairly accurate. Oh, sorry. As you can see in this picture too, we're adding the wood in the channel to increase habitat diversity, primarily again to scour pools, provide cover for pools, and that hydraulic action of the water interacting with the wood will also sort gravel downstream for spawning. As you can see here in this site, there's a lot of reed canary grass and a lot of blackberry. So as we did our habitat assessment, we documented all of the invasives and we put together a plan. This is about almost 18,000 feet this reach. So there's a lot of planting to be done. So we've kind of mapped out and prioritized where we're starting. I apologize, didn't turn my phone off. So as I mentioned, they can be fairly accurate. Even when they've got this tall overstory, they pretty much can put the wood almost where we ask them to. We put down these blue flags so that the helicopter pilot can kind of see and locate these pieces, the locations to drop these pieces of wood. And again, we're trying to get a fair amount of the wood, and these are, you know, again, 8,000-pound pieces of wood. They're not going to move very easily, but where we can, we might tie them in with another tree or another piece. And I apologize, I have taken some post pictures after some higher winter flows, and you can also already see water scouring holes under this wood. And then, as I mentioned, after you get out of this pool and the stream loses energy, you'll get these gravel deposits. And this is low flow, middle of the summer, but this would all be nice, a nice actually gravel area for fish to spawn in. Again, kind of a similar one where probably about 2/3 of the log is up on the bank, which won't allow this really to pivot or move that much. And again, we're trying to accentuate the depth of this pool, provide cover. So, you know, a heron can't just plop in here in the summer and eat all of the little coho smolts that are living there. So the next project I wanted to talk about is Fish Trap Creek project. Again, it involved a habitat assessment, and we were hired actually by a grant through the city of Linden to do this work. There's a lot of erosion problems on Fish Trap Creek within the city of Linden. And we've been working for a lot of years to help landowners, you know, use different methods than dumping a bunch of rock along the bank, using wood, using different vegetation planting to kind of create, as you see in here, where you have a lot of vegetation adjacent to the creek. This is going to definitely, you know, move as the water goes, but it's resilient. It will, you know, stay put. It's going to protect that bank. So again, we're working with landowners to try and get more vegetation and where necessary, install wood. And this particular grant involved a habitat assessment, and then there was some funding set aside to do a pilot project with wood placement. Again, we're collecting pretty much the same data we collected in Terrell, but in this habitat assessment, we're also looking at erosion. So wherever we see some fairly severe erosion, which we feel is just going to be accentuated over time, we document all those locations. And we document the presence of wood. Sadly to say, there's not much wood in this reach, or, you know, the occasional dead alder that falls in, but a lot of the larger trees have been removed. So this is kind of a GIS layer, which would show all the sites where we're seeing quite a bit of erosion, and we think it would be a good idea to do something about it before it gets worse. You know, it's not good for property owners to lose land, but it's not so good for fish either. You know, if things are constantly changing in the channel and things are falling in, people are using riprap to cover or to protect banks. It's not beneficial to fish or fish habitat. So of the sites that were surveyed, this was one that was chosen. It had been actively eroding for a number of years, and the bank used to be out here, I think, when I first looked at this site, and the guy had the owner had a little fruit orchard down here, and it just slowly been hit the bank away. And as I mentioned, you know, a lot of the trees and vegetation have been removed on this bank, though there is some blackberry and even a little knotweed there. There's a lot of 9-bark. There's a lot of brushy material, which are really providing a lot of protection here. So, you know, through some past land use decision, somebody removed the vegetation, and now you've got a lot of alluvial material, which is very easy to erode. So because we're, you know, the last one, we're out kind of on BP property in the middle of nowhere. We're not bothering really anybody. We weren't allowed to fly the helicopter over Blaine Road, but here is a lot different because we're really constrained because of the number of houses and other infrastructure. So we couldn't really go in to the site. This is the same site in that picture from this side. There's just no way we could get our equipment through these houses. So these people on this side, on the north side, were kind enough to let us come in to their yard and literally destroy their yard while we put this project, as long as we put it back together better than we found it. And that'll get back to the chicken picture a little later. Again, because it is, you know, the other one, we're putting pieces of wood in Terrell Creek that could be this way 20 feet or that way 50 feet. It isn't really that crucial. This one has to happen exactly where it is. So it's much more heavily engineered. So this is our site access through this neighbor on the north side. This was designed by Natural Systems Design. It's very, again, heavily engineered. There's not planning on any of this ever moving. So the wood is oversized, it's well ballasted. And we had to get all of this material in from this path, and then we built 2 bridges to get over to this side, and then kind of worked our way backwards. Again, like I said, these are pretty stout structures. They're buried below channel scour depth, so they're not meant, you know, so they won't be undermined by creek. So this is kind of what it looks like. You don't see, you know, you're kind of just seeing the tip of the iceberg, you know, when you look at the project. Most of it is ballasted and way back into the bank. And these plans are really nice to work with because they're all layered. You know, it's just like start at this level, add this, start at this level. And as you can see, there's a fair mixture. There's large wood, but there's a lot of what they call racking material and slash. Sadly, we started right when some of the forest fire smoke was its heaviest, but it seemed to be okay for health-wise. I think we had to wear masks. So we bought in all this equipment on the north side of the property. And as I mentioned, we had to track things back and forth multiple times. So we had to move their chicken coop. We had to take their vegetable garden out. And then, you know, as required by permitting, we have to isolate all our in-stream construction. So there's a little creek or a little side channel on this side. So there's our first bridge. Here's our second bridge. And then we have to build more of a revetment of these large super sacks, cover them with poly, and seal them up with sandbags. So again, that we want to keep all our dirty water on that side and not mess up the water on this side. So here's a little idea of, you know, kind of the layering of wood being replaced. So we also had so much fill and the houses were so close. We had to kind of only do 50 feet at a time, then backfill, then dig, then backfill, because we just had nowhere to put all this dirt. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of mix. So you have these bigger pieces, but interwoven in them, you have all of this slash or racking material, which is kind of similar to the shrubs that I was pointing to on the other bank. You have a lot of roughness, a lot of places for the water to be disrupted and lose some energy here. We're tracking dirt back and forth. So Tallulah is constantly, you know, shoveling dirt off. And again, we're just slowly working our way back to this bridge. There were 3 structures downstream of the bridge down in this area. And then we just kind of moved back out. When we did our final ones, we actually had to be sitting on the bridge so we could do the structures behind us. And then pulled the bridge, left our little mini over there because it was the only piece of equipment that could squeeze between these houses. And so that little mini did all the final work as far as all the dirt moving. We put down a pretty heavy jute erosion fabric. We use this quite a bit on bank erosion. So it's just kind of hold that looser alluvial material together. And you'll see in a later picture, you can plant through this. So it really makes, you know, a nice tight matrix of roots. And higher flows, water is up to the top. So, you know, it doesn't, while these plants get established and get their root systems going, it doesn't allow any of this to wash out. And they're kind of the finished product. It actually goes further downstream. And then there's some structures behind us over here because we had to, you know, kind of clean up as we went out. And everything is hydro-seeded. And so it's just get as much grass and roots as fast as possible. And as I mentioned, we had to go back and put this garden back together better than we found it. So they were very, very happy. And they got a bigger vegetable garden with these extra logs we had. We put their chicken coop back together, thus the chicken dance at the one of the earlier pictures. And this is, I think, one of the higher flows in November. It has since actually, had a couple of successive flows, which are almost buried this wood. And as I mentioned, you can just see the end of it. In the earlier pictures, you can see that this is all keyed way back in here. And I have a couple of videos, but I thought I won't keep showing too many videos, but you can see the water is kind of eddying around here. So over time, you'll get the sediment deposit just because the water is much slower along this edge than it is out in the thalweg. We established these cuttings, as I mentioned, through the jute fabric, and then we're going to come back from planting trees above it, and we'll be doing that probably in about 3 weeks' time. So I guess the reason I picked that project is because I said it's not often that we're moving a lot of equipment around houses. So it made it a little different than our typical project. And then you can see down here, there's well-established trees on the neighbor's property, and he is not really experiencing any erosion. But there were 3 landowners in a row that were all losing a lot of stream bank. This is a project we don't get to do very often. Remove a dam and then reestablish the channel and do our wood placement and riparian planting. So this dam, they figure, was installed probably in the 1930s to provide water for agriculture downstream. And so it had been there ever since. And there had been a previous effort to try and build a little fish ladder, but it was not really functioning well at all. So for all intents and purposes, fish have not been over this dam very often, if at all, in the last 90 years. So this is just kind of an overall site plan. The dam is here. This is a barrier culvert just down, the dam is here, I apologize. This is a barrier culvert just downstream of the dam. And then there was another barrier culvert upstream, kind of at the end of the ponded area. And we made arrangements with the landowner that we could remove this dam, replace this barrier culvert, remove this barrier culvert, and relocate this crossing further upstream. And this is kind of, again, the ponded area. We're going to regrade this channel. There's a lot of sediment in that pond that had been kind of filling up over the years. And so we could remove as much of the sediment, and then we kind of got to guesstimate a little bit where that new plan form is, kind of direction of the channel. And we're using larger rock mixed with smaller rock and this wood to kind of hold that new gradient until the vegetation all gets established. And then on the bridges, like you can see, here's the old culvert sitting in here. So it's a much wider crossing, more room for the channel to, move around in a more natural fashion than kind of being pinned to this little pipe. So the concrete dam, nobody really knew kind of what it was made of. We knew there was a lot of concrete in there, and there actually is rebar. And it was interesting. I'd never seen it before, but this rebar is square. It's not round. And there was a gentleman that lived downstream who came up and watched a couple of times, and he knew kind of a fair bit about history. And he said, yeah, that's really old rebar. You don't see that very often. So we had started to drop the pond level by putting a series of holes through the dam so we could get the water level down. And then we broke up the concrete. And then, like I said, there was a lot of sediment behind this that had to be removed. So you can see we've been pulling sediment out of the pond, relocating it to appropriate upland site, and then slowly digging our new channel in and placing wood on our way back down towards the bridge. So here's kind of an upper view. So now most of our channel work has been completed, and we're starting to work on this bridge at the downstream end. These are prefabricated, pre-engineered bridges. They're made of steel, so you can kind of drag them around without fear of damaging them. So versus having a crane, you can use medium-sized excavators. I think both there's a 160. I think this is a 230. So they're really nice in that you don't need a huge crane or super large equipment to place them. So here's kind of, you can see kind of our new channel. We're just pumping water through it while we place everything. So this is post-project, right after we completed looking upstream. So not a lot of flow yet in the new channel. This is probably again a November flow. So now the water's up. You can see we're using a lot of cuttings. Because we have these low slopes, 2, 3 to 1. We're not using fabric. We're not expecting a lot of erosion here, but we're just using the cuttings. And then up above that, we've got different trees planted. This is upstream, kind of right after we did the project. You can see this heron here. And then this is again, probably November flow. We do a lot of mulching, try and make the soil more hospitable for these conifers. You can see they've got great, a lot of cedar and fir all around it. So we're trying to get that same forest reestablished along the new channel. And, oh yeah, this is not a project that I think I want to exemplify, but there's this one of the biggest dogs I've ever seen. Couldn't read the sign because this R had worn off. So he thought that the excavator was just a big toy for him and constantly ran around and barked at the machine. So I thought that was kind of fun. So here's a list of the projects that we have planned for this year. Again, I think Ann or Rebecca sent this out as a PDF if you can't read it. It does not mean definitively that we'll finish every one of these projects, but it is our goal to complete all of these. It's again a mix of in-stream construction, fish passage barrier removal, but the majority of it is riparian planting. And that said, we never really do a standalone channel project. If we're going to go in stream and do something, there's always a component of riparian planting. So the in-stream wood placement is going to greatly increase or have a great immediate increase in habitat, in-stream habitat, but we're really counting on the establishment of a large riparian buffer, with appropriate native vegetation for that site, which eventually will then contribute wood or contribute leaf litter or reduce erosion. So we've got this kind of immediate impact of placing the wood, but that isn't going to work unless we make sure we've got a good riparian forest behind it. Even on fish passage sites, if there's any opportunity while we're doing a fish passage site to do more planting or add wood, we'll typically do that at the same time. So I kind of ripped through that. I know you had this Western class doing a presentation, so I hope I wasn't too fast. But if any, I don't know if I can answer questions with this slide up, or I can shut down the presentation, whichever you would prefer.
Daryl?
Yeah.
Yeah, say thank you. I don't know, do you have a library that people can go into and look and see all the projects that have been done? Because over the years, you've done some incredible stuff. One of the reasons that I get excited about NC is because I have fond memories of growing up as a young boy here and playing in the streams and going all over Whatcom County. It was my backyard, more or less, and seeing all the incredible places. And yet, years later, taking my youngest two children there to different places and find everything gone, trees, couldn't even find the stream. And yet some of those areas you have now gone over in the past years and cleaned up, and it's just beautiful what you've done. I remember a number of years ago, I asked my wife if she wanted to go out on a date. She jumped at the opportunity to go on a date. And so I took her to one of your plantings and we volunteered and we planted trees. She was good about it. She took it, but from now on, I have to explain you want to go on a date. I have to tell her what it's about. But I've taken children, two youngest children, to planting, and we've been over on Bakerview and I think it's Dewey Road area, and we planted there, volunteered there. And I encourage families, couples, to go to these things because it's incredible being around all these people. We all think alike. We all want to do the same thing, and you meet some incredible Whatcom County people who really care. And I thank you for doing that. I really do. So.
Oh, you're most welcome. Yeah, I didn't really bring in the volunteer component. It was a little different, obviously, in the past year, but we're kind of ramping back up. We're keeping our work parties down to less than 15 people, and we're actually asking people to sign up, so it can't be so spontaneous. But I hope that will change in the future, but we have, I think, 13 volunteer riparian planting parties, typically on Saturdays. Occasionally if, some group at Intelco or we say, hey, we want to do our own planting and we want to do it on a Wednesday, then we'll work with them. So we have a lot of volunteer plantings going on, primarily in the fall from mid-October to early December, and then we'll start back up in February and go through April. So yeah, it's been great that we've been going out, be it smaller groups, and then having the Washington Conservation Corps crew and our NC crew help do the site preparation and get all the plants and stuff on site and lay them out in the appropriate locations. And then they're kind of the QA QC at the end. So they'll go back through a site, make sure everything was planted right, make sure the vole protector is on properly. And then the kind of volunteers get the glory, they plant the trees, and then the crews have to come back and maintain those and monitor them for a few years to make sure they're kind of free growing and you're not being held back by, more blackberry or other predation by beavers or deer or something. So yeah, the planting is definitely the funnest part. After that is a lot of work just to get things going or keep things going. Would anybody else have any questions about, well, the projects that I showed you, or some of the new projects that are coming up, or general questions about NC and how we do things? Or
So I have a question. Daryl, I recall that the executive had talked about, county executive had talked about a project to plant a whole lot of trees. And I know that effort is still in discussions and planning. Is NC a part of that? And is there any outcomes out of that effort by the executive to plant a whole lot more trees, as far as opportunities for NC to kind of grow their scope even further, or what's going on that front?
yeah, so we went to initial meetings when they were just putting together that group, and also Frank Corey, I believe, from the Conservation District was there, and we kind of told them like what our plans were, and we decided we've been planting about 13, anywhere from 11 to 13,000 plants on average for the last several years, and we just said, okay, we're going to step up. This year, we're going to plant a minimum of 20,000. We were very fortunate to get some longer term grant funding, and our goal is to just keep growing that number. So we're not actively participating in that group right now, except we made a commitment. We said we're going to plant a minimum of 20,000 trees, and we're going to try and increase that number annually. Conservation District the same, and I don't know if all of you are familiar with the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP as they call it, but is one plan that will actually compensate landowners, primarily agricultural landowners, for taking some land out of protection and planting. So they are the largest riparian restoration group, or the largest as far as the quantity of plants and the amount of acreage and the amount of stream channels. So they're really relying on landowners enrolling in that program, but they're always, out looking and encouraging people to sign up. So I don't know if they could make a commitment, but they probably plant, on average in the more like the 50,000 plant a year range. And I'm sure they have years that are more than that and possibly years that are less than that. So I think if that answers your question, what we decide is like, we're just going to keep doing what we do, but we're going to try and do more of it when we can. And then, if they have any questions, we kind of just left the channels open. If you guys have any questions about certain plants or what you would do, it's a very ambitious thing to plant 1 million trees. And I guess our only fear was that, again, you can't just plant the trees. You have to do all the site preparation, which usually takes about a year if you have blackberry or knotweed, and then you got to follow up. So that's what we kept reiterating in those meetings. This is just not a matter of going out and planting. The plan should involve all these other aspects too, to ensure the project's success. So while we're loosely involved in that group, we're kind of on our own track, because that's the track we've been on for a long time. And so we feel like we're going to contribute to that number, but we're not going to be an active part of that group, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have a quick question. Hi, Daryl. Thanks so much for this presentation.
Oh, you're welcome.
And so, you know, I think it was the last example with the old dam. What was that? What was that project called?
It's on McCormick Creek. It's a tributary of Squalicum. So if you're in the Dewey Valley, when Squalicum crosses Mount Baker Highway and enters just off the Van Wyck Road, everything upstream of that, downstream of the highway, is actually McCormick Creek or tributaries of McCormick Creek. It is really surprising. If you look at Squalicum, Squalicum is a huge watershed. So sorry if that was answering.
No.
That's where it's located.
Yeah. So with that McCormick project, you know, you said there have been no fish there for 90 years. And then, you know, you did this project, and I guess, you know, I'm just curious, when you do these habitat restoration projects with your post-project monitoring, you know, are you seeing fish there, or does that take, you know, decades then for the fish to come back? I'm sure it varies, but can you tell me just a little bit about what you see after the projects are done?
Yeah, and sorry I didn't mention that. We're obviously, you know, monitoring our riparian planting, but we also monitor fish presence. So whenever we remove a fish passage barrier, we will monitor upstream. It can range from 1 to 3 years until we see fish. And in this system, it's primarily coho and resident cutthroat. We have seen resident cutthroat now moving up and down that stream. We were so hopeful that we would see some salmon this past fall, but we didn't. But that said, coho stray, but like most salmon, they want to go to their natal stream and spawn, but it's probably just a matter of time before one fish takes a right instead of a left. We were hoping that would happen this year. Steelhead the same way. I mean, they're going to migrate into new habitat as it becomes available. And we have done projects, which is really kind of exciting. Sadly, projects that got stalled and were done later in the season. And we had a project that finished on October 1st. It was supposed to finish on October 1st. We got an extension to October 10th. And the moment we pulled our equipment out, there was at least 150 salmon came through. And that was a barrier that had been in place since the 60s. So no fish had been above that. And we have monitored that for the past 3 years. And this year, I think they saw over 200 in one day. So, I mean, it does sometimes happen. We were hopeful on that McCormick Creek that might be the case, but there is a lot of other available habitat. So we just got to hope that a salmon will stray up there. And then once they spawn, obviously their progeny will be, I don't know if the right word is, embedded with the scent of that creek, and they will return to spawn.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I have another question, and maybe getting a little bit into the weeds on this, but I've wondered, when I see some of these restoration projects, there's, of course, the current situation, and then there's the where you get it to. And where you get it to is always better. But I'm wondering, sometimes it seems like there's a lot of tearing up and a lot of destruction from going from point A to point B. And I'm wondering, is that something that's concerning, ever a problem or a concern, going from point A to point B, meaning taking a backhoe through habitat, and the problems that might cause for the habitat that's there, and in the wildlife that's there? And how do you manage that and that particular issue?
Oh, that's definitely a concern. As I mentioned, the helicopter is kind of nice because it's like no touch, you know, it just kind of drops it out of the sky. But definitely when you're starting with your permitting and your designs, you have to show all your access and what you're going to do with equipment and where you're going to clean it and where you're going to fuel it up, where you're going to put any spoils. And so it's pretty tightly controlled. There's definitely a series of best management practices that you have to accomplish. But then within your permit application, it will say like any disruption or damage that you do, you have to fix on your way out. And obviously we don't want to do any more damage than we can. So we do kind of really plan that we can go in with one route and we can move back out and not disturb any more than we need to. Obviously with heavy equipment, you've got, a fair bit of compaction. So then we remediate that by either disrupting the soil on the way out with that equipment, or we have other equipment we can come in to loosen up soil. We definitely mulch a lot again to kind of help with the soil. We'll stockpile topsoil while we're working and put it back on the site. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we are doing some damage on the way in and on the way out, but we feel like the overall completed project is going to have such a huge benefit that it would outweigh any short-term damage. And, our goal is to get trees back in there, shrubs back in there growing as fast as possible. So it doesn't really behoove us to do more damage because we're just kind of creating more work for ourselves.
And just your experience on the data you collected, that is always almost without exception the case, where you're, despite the intermediate damage, you're leaving it much more functional than it was before.
Yeah, I think, well, we have learned, a bit in the past too, because when these banks that are heavily incised, a lot of erosion, and then you pull them back to a slope like 2 to 1, 3 to 1, you're typically stripping the topsoil off. So unless you can really try and get that soil back, those plants, are going to struggle. So we have definitely done projects in the past where the planting is just not done as well as we'd hoped. And that's probably largely because we weren't doing it right. We weren't making sure that we got that topsoil layer back on after we did it. And if we mulch heavily, amend the soil in certain ways, it will come back, but it's going to take a little while. If there is a way, and this is typically the case, unless there's a real big tree growing right beside the culvert, we will try not to touch any existing vegetation. And it's really clearly stipulated in our permit. In a lot of these cases, there was maybe not a riparian buffer before, at least not a riparian buffer of native vegetation. So we're putting vegetation where there wasn't. But in other cases where we've had to work around existing trees, we're really careful not to disrupt them or compact the soil around them. Again, there is probably some immediate disruption to habitat, and we go through the same permitting process than a landowner wanted to put in a bulkhead or a dock or whatever. You really have to show that when you're done, it's better or you've mitigated for any damage that you've done. So that is, I think, a good thing about the permitting process, and that you have to show diligence that you are going to put everything the way back you found it or better. I hope that helps. I know what you mean, because we have done some projects where I'm just like, oh, this looks terrible, but I know at the end it's going to be great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are there any more questions, comments for Daryl?
Commissioner, I just, unless there are other questions or comments from commissioners, I would just again extend a real thank you to Daryl for all the things that he's done. We're working with the PUD in the last, I don't know how many years. These presentations, I find them just really amazing as to see the before and after, and the amount of work that and accomplishments that NC has been able to complete that, that really, for most folks in the community, I think really goes, undervalued and unseen. So just a big thank you to NC and to Daryl especially. We do have an action item before you, which is a request to approve the 2021 contribution to NC for work that Daryl would, I know, will put to good use. So I want to make sure that the commission considers that action.
So could you summarize that action? Is the contribution we'd be doing is $15,000 a year.
It's the recommended action is approved funding in the amount of $20,000 for the Nooksack Salmon Enhancement Association to support Washington Conservation Corps crew work on habitat restoration projects for 2021.
Okay.
I would
And-
like to, I'm sorry, Christine, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say too, you know, in the memo, it says that we have funding allocated in the 2021 budget for this purpose, right, Steve?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to make the motion to approve the 20,000 for NC.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve a $20,000 contribution up from 15,000. Is that right, Steve? From last year?
Actually, last year we had 20,000 in the budget. I think the
Okay.
couple of years before that it was 15,000, but last year it was 20. And we did budget specifically this year for 20.
Great. For a $20,000 contribution to NC. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, is there, I guess, is any further discussion about this?
No.
Great, well then, all in favor, can you signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. So I'm just doing a time check. It's 10:46. We want to bring on the students at 11 to discuss social media. And we have one other item under new business, which is a water systems plan. I'd like to ask the general manager, Steve, how would you like to proceed?
I guess I would ask Dave Olson and team from his consultants on this are on. And I think that Dave would be expecting to need more than 15 minutes. So Dave, how you feeling about getting started and potentially having a pause? Or would you rather?
It's really up to you folks. I would, if you guys are going to try and squeeze in a 5-minute break in your morning session that I usually observe, that might be 10 minutes to get started. And I would, out of courtesy for Kurt, he's been hanging in the background with this, who's our project engineer, but he won't be participating much in this presentation just because I'm providing a primer orientation. Maybe I would suggest I introduce Kurt and just what we're talking about. And then assuming you guys are going to want a break, I just we just kick me in so you can see a contiguous picture when we start. So that's just an idea.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if that works for you, Dave, and for Kurt, I think it's a good approach.
Thank
Is
you
that my
very
cue?
much, everybody.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Daryl.
Take care. Have a great day and really, really appreciate your support.
Commissioners, with that, I would just turn it over to Dave. Just briefly, Dave will talk about this, but we started the process of updating our potable water system plan about a year ago. And this is for us to come into compliance with the State Department of Health and the County Coordinated Water System Plan to update our water system plan. And we contracted with Dave to manage that whole process, and Dave in turn has contracted with Kurt and to complete the engineering portion of the need to complete the engineering portion of that. And we've also worked with, and Dave has worked with Tom Mortimer on the water rights part of this. But I think today, Dave is just going to, as he said, just give us a general overview of the process and then talk about next steps. So Dave, go ahead.
Great. Hello, commissioners. I've never met Christine before, but the other commissioners I'm familiar with, so good to meet you. I've haven't missed many commissioner meetings in the last 5 years. So I just love the PUD and what it stands for and how it's serving the community. And so I've been able to play a wonderful, had the privilege of working with the PUD off and on for almost 20 years. I'm kind of like that uncle as part of the family. I don't work with the family directly, but I have that uncle that's been around a lot, and the PUD calls on me for my various areas of specialty in water. So I wanted to introduce Kurt Schoenfelder. He is the engineer of record. I've worked with Kurt off and on for probably 10 years now in various drinking water related activities. And so that's really the area we'll be talking about today is really want to emphasize that we're talking about drinking water. You guys are involved in so many areas of water, but this is a very, very focused effort on the drinking water portion of the PUD's role in the community and meeting specific commitments and requirements that you have both as your planning and your strategic planning. And so it's been a privilege. I've been able to talk with Mike and Atul individually about some different things. And so I'm gonna not really touch anymore. I just want to introduce Kurt and see if he has anything he wants to say there.
No. Hello, thank you for inviting me. And I just have one correction to Dave's statement. We've been working together for about 15 years now, and not 10 in various capacities. So it's hard to keep track of time, but there you go.
Yeah, great. So again, in the interest of time, I don't know, do you want to squeeze a break and just do that and have us restart later after Western gets in here, Steve?
I think that'd be a good approach. I've got 10:51 as a satellite clock tells me. So I would suggest that the commission wants to take a break that takes us up to, maybe 10:59. And then we'll get back on and be prepared to let our folks from our students from Western make their presentation. I think they're planning on no more than a half an hour. So plan on getting Dave back on at 11:30.
And if it's all right, I'd like to be able to excuse Kurt. He'll be greatly involved in future presentations and work that we'll do with the commissioners, but out of respect for his time and things, that's all right with you all.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kurt.
Sounds good. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
See you all soon.
Okay, great. So what we're talking about here is taking a break for 7 minutes, being back on a minute or two early for the item number 5B on our agenda, which is the next item on our agenda. If there is no problem with that with the other commissioners, let's go ahead and proceed. I got nods from both of the other two commissioners. Great. So that's what we'll do. See you all in a few minutes.
No, not yet.
Okay. So maybe if, it's occurred to not ready with the
Commissioner Atulio, you keep locking up. I don't know. I think
You're good now. If you want to repeat what you said, Atul.
I'm sorry, did I freeze up?
you did before.
Okay. So I was just saying that if we have a little bit of available time, maybe a little bit of background or we can do, but is everybody back? Christine and Mike? Am I frozen up?
I see Commissioner Murphy, but I don't see Commissioner Grant yet. And I would like to, as soon as Commissioner Grant, would you, students looks like we're starting to get some students on. I would ask you to introduce this because you were the one that made the contact with Western, and yeah.
I'm ready to do that.
Great.
Okay, well,
So let's go ahead and
11.
call sorry, just calling the meeting back into session.
Okay.
At 11 o'clock. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Grant.
I just want to make sure that the students are, hi, Emma and Willow. Are you all on now? Roughly, I don't want to get started unless all of you are logged in.
Yeah, I think a couple people are still waiting to log in.
Okay. All right. Well, I might just go ahead and give the other commissioners a little bit of background. It looks like we just got one more student on, but I'll go ahead and give the other commissioners some background, and then we'll get started. So in January, I heard from Nicole Brown, who is a professor in the English department at Western Washington University. And she is teaching an advanced professional and technical writing course this quarter, and building a social media strategy for a sort of public mission-driven organization was sort of the key project for this class. So she reached out to me, and they had identified a number of other community partners that they were working on social media strategies with. So the Disability Access Center with Western, the Lochtimish Foundation with Alumni Nation, Growing Veterans, Children of the Setting Suns Productions, a few others. They were looking for another organization. And because the PUD does not currently have a social media strategy in place, I thought it would be a good opportunity to engage with the students and give them a real world project to work on. And so I kicked off the project with Steve and Anne. And one of the big things that we talked about was just how social media could help us better tell our story and make the work of the PUD more visible. So even just today, thinking about our work with NC, many people in the community don't know that we have been supporting NC, and there's obviously some wonderful stories we could tell there, thinking too about the Farming for Life exhibit and many of our other projects. How could we just better tell our story? So that was what we kind of asked the students to look into, and they went and looked at other PUDs and utilities to come up with a strategy. So I will pass it over to the students now. If you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. I think a couple of my teammates are having a little bit of an issue getting into the meeting. I'm just going to double check.
make sure they're all here and ready to
Is one
go.
of the, excuse me, this is Rebecca. I'm covering for Ann for a few minutes. Is one of them Nick Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, I think, let me double check if he's been moved. Sorry. I wasn't, he should be in.
I took care of him.
Okay, thank you. Was there anyone else?
No, I think that's everyone.
Okay.
Okay, we have a little presentation for you, so I'm going to share my screen if I have permission to do that. Oh, okay, I do.
Kiki,
Yes.
would it be great if each of the students, yourself and the other students, would introduce yourself and when we had our call, just to let the commission know where you're at in terms of the university, where you're at in school and your interest in this project. That'd be really great.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to pull up the presentation first. That's a part of our intro. So thank you, though, for reminding us. Very important. Okay. Let me move this screen out of the way. Oh, that's the wrong button. If Willow would like to kick off introductions.
Right, so are we doing introductions now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Willow and I'm a student in the professional writing minor.
I am Kiki. I am majoring in English literature and minoring in journalism. This is my last quarter at Western, so I'll be leaving you all. And I just really wanted to get some real world experience in technical writing. And I thought the social media would be really interesting because it's very relevant right now. Emma?
Yeah, I'm Emma. I'm also a senior. I'm graduating next quarter. And I'm a environmental studies and econ major with a minor in English. I thought making a social media plan for Whatcom PUD would be a really good way for me to kind of combine my interest in utilities with my experience in technical writing. So it's been a really great experience doing it.
I'm Jacob. I'm also a student at Western, shockingly. I'm a major in creative writing and secondary education. And I thought this class would be a good opportunity to kind of like exercise a lot of the skill sets I've learned in a like actual work setting.
And my name's Nick. I am also a senior at Western. Like Emma, I will be graduating next quarter. And echoing Jacob a little bit, just trying to get some real world experience using my technical writing skills. I'm an English lit major with a minor in technical and professional writing.
Okay, so you can get started.
Yeah, so basically kind of reiterating what we were saying, we're all students in the writing and community engagement class at Western, taught by Nicole Brown. And the goal of the class is to kind of get students more advanced knowledge in technical writing and actual experience doing technical writing for organizations. So we were asked by Whatcom PUD to create a social media guide and plan for Facebook specifically. So when we started this project, we started with some audience analysis to try to understand who the project would be targeted towards, and some of the key points for the target audience were people who might not know about Whatcom PUD, people who might be interested in information about PUD like the meetings, and people who are interested in learning about policy decisions and how they might be affected. And Another part of the audience analysis was the Facebook audience analysis to understand who uses Facebook and how this affects the target audience for the social media plan. In general, the Facebook audience was people ages 25 to 34, who are the largest Facebook demographic, followed by 35 to 44. And another key point was seniors are the largest growing demographic. So Facebook would reach middle-aged adults and seniors in general. And these statistics can help inform the social media strategy to target these users. And this is a graphic showing the audience analysis in general, how the Facebook audience would interact with the PUD audience. So it would be both of these demographics most likely. For the Facebook post target audience, specifically for Facebook.
So we create a social media style guide, kind of using what we learned from the audience analysis. A style guide is a document that kind of contains the standards for like formatting, writing, and design of documents within an organization. And it can be also be used for social media as well. And the purpose of a social media style guide is to make sure that the content on all of your platforms are consistent and align with the kind of image and voice that you want your organization to have. And then, like Willow was saying, identifying your audience is important so you can generate content specifically for your target demographics. So looking at Facebook, Facebook could be a good place to post information for the community within those target demographics. And some things that could be included in Facebook posts are Zoom links to meetings, meeting minutes, information on projects, policy decisions, and also information from specific commissioners posting on the social media site.
So this is an example of the posting calendar concept, which is how posts could be organized in order to know what to post throughout the year and by month. And currently, this is showing it in a PDF format. However, it might work better migrated to Trello to organize the posts in a more interactive way. And the concept includes holidays like Water Week, environmental holidays that might be posted for, in addition to meeting information, possibly. And this is just a sample for 2021, but it could be easily expanded.
Yeah, so Trello is a website that offers a service where multiple people can have control of the same social media accounts, and it's in a simple and intuitive interface through their website. You can schedule posting times for things that you would like the community to see and create a posting calendar, kind of like what Willow was just showing, and that everyone has access to the service will be able to follow along with. Multiple users can schedule different posts to be posted at different times throughout the week or the month or the year. It's a good way to manage your time and post for an organization's social media campaigns.
So something that's important to keep in mind when operating a Facebook page for an organization is what different types of posts will look like and what the guidelines should be for them. General posts about like meetings, events, and other kind of similar topics shouldn't have names attached and should kind of like have a generic tone and voice of that organization. It shouldn't be from specific people and it shouldn't show like unique tone. But then a separate kind of post could be posts from individual commissioners, updating on like specific projects or specific policy decisions they're making. And that could have names attached and have like unique voice and tone to specifically reach out to the audience. So another thing that's important to keep in mind is accessibility, which is the ability to access and benefit from a system. Making social media accessible is really important to ensure that everyone in the community can participate and all your target demographics can be reached. And within the social media style guide, we have a whole list of ways to improve accessibility and also instructions on how to use specific accessibility features on Facebook. Some ways you can make your text within your post more accessible is to limit abbreviations to make your meaning clear, limit emoji usage, which can be difficult for screen readers to read, use clear hashtags. There's something called camel case, which is where if you have a hashtag with more than one word, you capitalize every single word to make it very easy to see and read. You can also write alt text for captions for images. Alt text is something you can use on Facebook where it describes the image that's in the post, but it's not something you can see normally on Facebook. It's only a screen reader can access it. Whereas like just writing a caption for an image within the post, everyone can see that. You can also caption videos, and around 85% of people using Facebook don't use sound when watching videos. So caption videos not only makes it more accessible to people who can't hear, but it also makes it accessible to people who don't use sound. It makes it much more likely that your videos will be watched by everyone. You also should avoid posting images with text on them, which can't be read by screen readers and can also make it very difficult to read and see the image. And then also just keeping in mind that a lot of people use the mobile app to use Facebook. So making sure that your posts are readable both on like the desktop version and on the mobile app is super important.
Okay, so for voice and tone, one thing that we found is that writing the first person kind of helps bridge the gap between the speaker and the audience. Usually whenever a corporation or entity kind of tries to reach out to the community, they always use language such as we, us, in order to establish that it is one entity. Usage of formal but not over technical language kind of helps convey a clear message without kind of alienating the audience, which is super important. Because it's important to teach to address your audience as if they're like, basically be respectful to their intelligence without convoluting whatever you're trying to say. And you want to avoid elitist language like we stand with, or like we support blank if it's a political affiliation that might be somewhat divisive. And then here we have a tables of do's and don'ts. You do want to post meetings with Zoom links. You want to write alternate text captions for images. You don't want to post images with text on them. Post meeting minute links, use clear hashtags, but don't use emojis. Commissioner posts, do those. Do post policy decisions. Don't post inflammatory, polarizing terminology. You kind of get the gist here. This is basically stuff we're going over, but it's more digestible in the table. And then here you have words and phrases you want to avoid. You want to avoid anything inflammatory or polarizing. So things that suggest a bias or leaning towards political affiliation. Again, we stand with, best avoided. Advocacy for a specific group or agenda can be kind of construed as like a political affiliation. And you want to remain as like neutral as possible as to reach a wider audience. And obviously, like anything racist or ableist is prohibited. And then when it comes to emoji usage, a lot of companies kind of use them to try to emulate their contemporaries, but we found that they're best used sparingly as to like promote accessibility for the audience. Like generally when it comes to like the age group that we're trying to attract here, a lot of them don't necessarily use emojis, and there's also the chance that it might be misconstrued, which is devastating potentially. if it's something hugely inflammatory. And then for cross-media posting, we found like content-wise, you want to keep it relatively consistent around all platforms. It's just an example of like a Facebook post and an Instagram post. The actual content is similar, but what's different is that the Facebook post posts a link to the PUD, whereas a Snohomish post has several hashtags. Instagram tends to be a lot more welcoming of like a hashtag system, whereas Facebook, it's just generally better to link someone to the next source. You want to keep a concise but not clinical tone, typically about 80 characters or less.
Okay, just want to make sure you could all hear me. So monitoring comments is very important. Basically, who can monitor comments? This is anybody who has been made an admin of the Whatcom PUD Facebook page. You want to make sure that anyone you want to be posting, so any commissioners, are admins so that they can post. It's very easy to do. Monitoring is important to basically reach out to the public in a Q&A format. It allows for better engagement with the community. Basically, if anyone has any questions, you can answer that. You will be monitoring the comment section by responding to any questions or concerns that are voiced by the community, as well as making sure that the comment section is a safe place by making sure that as an admin, you can either hide or remove any offensive, discriminatory content, as well as personal content. Big things that you shouldn't do in the monitor section, any longer conversations or conversations that are more personal. Maybe this is concerning someone's bill or just anything that doesn't need to be public. You can take this into an email conversation with them. And obviously any form of argumentative engagement should not be on your page at all. And make sure you delete or remove any offensive, discriminatory posts that other people have made. That is your responsibility as an admin, basically. And from speaking with you all, we are aware that time was a big priority for you. You wanted to make sure this wasn't extremely time consuming since you all are a much smaller PUD than some other PUDs. So we basically made up a little time budget for you all. And we decided that bi-weekly, to dedicate 1 hour, we spoke with Snohomish PUD and kind of got an idea of how much time they spend, although they have a lot more social medias than just one, so yours will be much smaller. So plan your posts 2 weeks out, so it'll make everything easy and organized, basically communicate who's posting when, so you're not having any miscommunication on who's posting or double posts. This will only take an hour at the max. I can't imagine it'll take that long. And then after weekly posts, maybe take the time to monitor the comment section for about an hour, just to make sure you're answering any of those questions or concerns by the community and engaging with them. So look at the bottom screen, basically it'd only take an hour and a half-ish a week to dedicate to Facebook, with a monthly hours of 10, which includes those weekly posts and planning, and then planning 4 hours at the beginning of every month to map out using Trello or post calendar, whichever you prefer. Just make sure you have all the posts organized. And then for the whole year, 120 hours, which sounds like a lot, but this is for a whole year. It's not as much as you think. It's not too time consuming.
Yeah, so we went ahead and curated a social media intern job description in case you folks wanted to use that route. And as a social media intern, you'll be responsible for managing the Whatcom PUD social media account via Facebook, while also posting content and brainstorming campaign ideas. You will be responsible for analyzing analytics to gauge the success of these campaigns, along with being required to understand the overall agency and concept of the Whatcom PUD and what future project plans consist of, while also providing suggestions to management for improving customer experience on social media platforms and internal processes. You will learn and become proficient on internal software systems. And so this slide right here kind of just goes over all that in a little bit easier bullet list to consume. Yeah, just kind of everything reiterated.
So we understand that you all are starting with Facebook and maybe you'll just be on Facebook for quite a while, but we, in our research way back, we were looking into other social medias as well. And we found that the most effective were Twitter and Instagram. So Twitter mostly we think is extremely effective because just as effective as Facebook, it's widely used among other PUDs. It's really good for quick updates. It's used by journalists, politicians, and activists. And it's a great way to share news links about PUD. Within the demographics research, I think 70% more people on Twitter will actually click on links than in Facebook. I don't know why, but we are wary to click on links on Facebook. And Instagram is a really great way to engage with community. You can do this through Instagram Live, which is a little live video that you can do, which is really great for takeovers, which is you would have a commissioner take over that live video for an hour or half an hour to do Q&As or just talk about something. And it's really good for quick updates as well. We personally, for your next step in the future, social medias, if you choose to do that, would be Instagram because it's linked to Facebook. You can just, if you're posting on Facebook or Instagram, you can do a quick link and it'll post to both places simultaneously. So that really simplifies things time-wise. This is basically the end of our presentation. We didn't want it to be too lengthy, but our deliverables that we'll be sending to you next week will include a social media guide, which we spoke about, the time budget, the description for a social media intern, which would be for future use as well. I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing, guys. Oh, and the posting calendar, very important. I'm gonna stop sharing. If any of my team members had anything to add to that.
Yeah, basically, like if you guys have any questions about what we've made or what we described in our presentation, we're open to answering.
I just wanted to jump in. You know, this is, like I said, it was an opportunity that we heard about through Nicole Brown and wanted to, you know, take advantage of the opportunity. So thank you so much to the students for doing this. We really appreciate it. And Ann and Steve and I also got a little bit more background to looking at other PUDs. You know, most other PUDs in Washington State have some form of social media. So, you know, this is, of course, not something we're planning to take action on right away. And I think would really be relevant to when we're ready to begin to circle back to our discussions around rebranding and marketing. So, you know, just mentioning that to my fellow commissioners, we obviously have a lot on our plate right now, but I think, you know, not losing track of how to stay up to date with communicating with the community is really important since things are changing so quickly in terms of how people get their information. So just wanted to provide that background and say thank you to the students for a wonderful presentation and for the deliverables, which we might not use right away, but will be great to have in our back pocket as we have a little bit more bandwidth potentially to move on this. Commissioner Murphy and Deshmani.
Great. Yeah, thank you as well for the presentation. I was curious about, of course, I've gone through the process of developing new branding last year for the PUD, and I'm wondering, has there been any conversations by this student group about that and the social media task?
I don't know if it's on my end, but I'm having a real hard time hearing you, Atul. I don't know if others are.
Hi, this is Anne. The logo development isn't finished yet, and that right now is not part of the students' social
Okay.
media presentation. I believe, Steve, we're going to bring that up in a near commission meeting.
I think it's timely that that the students have been able to take this on, this work on. And yes, I think that it would be appropriate for us to have a discussion with the commission, maybe later April, about the logo, the branding work, and the work that that the students have just brought forward. I think bringing all that together, and so that we can have a lengthy discussion amongst commissioner and staff as to how we should proceed with all of this, as students have really brought out, how do we tell our story in the community better, and how do we communicate with the public, in a higher level. I think also it's about that time we should get more feedback from our folks at Northwest Washington Fair. And, I think that's going to be a real key point in, reaching out more and be more visible in the community on some of the, the water issues especially. But at the same time, we, today was the second presentation from TEA. I think that, how we quote brand ourselves going forward, how we reach out to the community, and whether it's Facebook or some other social media opportunity. I think that in the next couple of months here, we'll have a number of these issues coming together that we can have a much more in-depth discussion with the commission as, what do we look like in the community going forward, from this summer on, so.
Yes, thank you.
I would echo Commissioner Grant's thank you to, all the students, Kiki, Willow, Emma, Nick, Jacob, great work, and really appreciate you taking the time. And, from a person of my age, and that I think that third range of age group that that you talked about, I really learned a lot, and it's really refreshing to have people your age and where you're at in your education and your interest at Western to bring this to us. It's really been a real learning opportunity for me too. So just again, a thank you to all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to work on this. It's been a really good experience for all of us, I think.
Thank you, and best of luck to the graduating seniors.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, PUD team. Echoing Emma a little bit, thanks for having us, and this project has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'll come to good use at the PUD, so thanks for your work. Is there any more on this topic? We'll move on to our next item on the agenda.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's move on to Dave Olson and the District Water Systems Plan. Thank you all.
Thank you, folks. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Olson, you're back.
This is a fun meeting. We need to do more of these. So my intent is, I think I get to participate in the family meeting a little later on, so I'm not going to waste any of your time with other items. And I think I'm going to get control so I can give you a brief PowerPoint. I think there's 6 slides just to help keep me on track to give you the primer for stuff that's about to come on your agenda. So I believe I have it. I'm going to see if I can get a screen share going here. Let's see where you all are.
We got it.
Are we there?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is your introduction, or let's call it a primer, to your comprehensive drinking water system plan. And in fact, it's a plan update. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of the key items for your primer and then certainly take some questions and wrap up. So the purpose of your water system plan is that your drinking water system plan is to identify the PUD's potable water service areas, your existing systems, service policies, future needs and related issues in a manner consistent with Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan. And that there's a link there because you operate in Whatcom County. And I'll emphasize this here in a minute. WAC 246-290, which is the drinking water code, and other applicable local, state and federal laws. It's absolutely imperative for the function of your comprehensive drinking water system plan to recognize that your non-potable industrial water system activities of the PUD are not included as an integral part of your drinking water system comprehensive plan. And so as I go through this, I'm not gonna repeat that, but just please keep that on the forefront of your mind when we're talking about this plan and in the future. And this approach was specifically selected by the staff and the engineers, and has been historically the case for the PUD in order to provide clarity as to which of your facilities and planning and operations are under the public water system regulatory framework. It's your non-potable systems aren't regulated by the Department of Health, and so we don't want to tie them together unless absolutely necessary, because that creates additional workload that's not relevant to what we're doing here. So in continuing on with the requirements, water systems in a critical water supply service area are required by state law to complete a water system plan under the Public Water System Coordination Act of 1977. And so upon approval by DOH, this plan will become a part of the Whatcom County Coordinated Water System Plan, which is the planning element for Whatcom County that comes underneath the Coordination Act. And CWSP is the acronym I'll be referring to in the future. And so we have to integrate with that. And so we can't be in contradiction to it, or the better word is we can't be inconsistent with that plan. It doesn't necessarily restrict what we can do. It's just have to fit with the broader plan. And so here's just a very quick snapshot. It's one of the maps that'll be in your water system plan. And if you look at the outer blue dashed boundary, that's not all of Whatcom County, but it is all of Whatcom County west of the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. And so you can just see the quick little highlights there, the two tribal reservations, Lummi and the Nooksack, and some other reference points in there. And the key takeaway from this is in fact, the two red areas, which are your service areas that are part of your plan and have been for many years, they are in this critical water supply service area boundary, the CWSSA. And so again, you are required to have a comprehensive water system plan. And so the water system plan, it must be updated and submitted to the Washington State Department of Health at least every 10 years in accordance with the regulatory requirements in the WAC referenced. And DOH approved the PUD's existing water system plan back in 2004. And since then, there have been agency document guidances, updates, regulatory and case law changes affecting plans that have occurred. And so we have the updated drinking water regulations. We have the updated CWSP. We have the 2003 municipal water law, which had some dramatic effects on how we operate and manage both in the potable water system and your other industrial system management planning. They have the implementation of the water use efficiency rule. Again, we're all narrowed, focused on drinking water, and then updated design manuals and guidance documents. And so if you're doing the math in your head already, you're saying if we have to update every 10 years, but that was 2004 is the last one we've done. I'll certainly let Steve speak to this, but I'll take a crack at it. The actual initial effort probably started in early 2014 and rolled into 2015, which is roughly on time for that 10-year cycle. But there were so many dynamic changes going on with various regulations and case law and in Whatcom County that my perception was it was the best interest determined by the commissioners and staff that that particular consultant that was going to head that up and all these different changes, it wasn't appropriate at that time to do it and then find yourself behind again in a couple of years. And so strategically, I believe it was postponed until, again, we restarted last year with a little different tact. And so that's where we are now. So it didn't create any animosity or challenges to this point. Certainly the Department of Health understands that. And so there's no issues that it's raised, but it certainly is a priority to do it now. So
Dave, I would jump in on that. I appreciate your speaking to that in terms of the date and the timeline. We actually had back in 2013 and 2014, we actually had 2 meetings with State Department of Health, regional engineer and staff talking about just the issues that you brought up, you know, the 5 bullet points. And they agreed at that time that it would be appropriate for us to continue to address those 5 bullet areas as we would eventually update the plan and not take immediate action to try to simply meet you know, the 10-year timeline requirement. So
thank you, Steve. Every time I talk to Steve, I get another little golden nugget that I didn't know about. So so we just have like 2 or 3 slides here left. So with a couple of reference maps for you. So the basic content of the plan, remembering again, drinking water. The overview of the plan will have a general information component with, I would say, obvious items in there, some ownership management history, how that relates to associated plans, those which you're familiar, land use planning, groundwater management, water rights, very specific and generally, and then your service areas. And so we're linking into that information. We're not necessarily regurgitating or hashing through all of it. We're just linking into those existing plans. So that's the general information component. And so as you transition from the general to the specific, here is one of the maps that will be in the plan. And you can see, this is a zoning map that you're looking at, and you can see the areas in red bold outline, the Cherry Point service area of the PUD, and then the Grandview Northgate service area of the PUD. And these have not changed much over the years. And just for a quick reference, again, not to get any details, the fundamental changes this year will be at the top edge. You can see the crown of the Cherry Point service area. That's an addition that will be there, and we can certainly talk about that more when you talk about service area adoption. But that is a portion of the Cherry Point UGA that was previously left out, and it's believed in the best interest of PUD planning and the service to that area as the primary provider in the future, and talking to neighboring utilities and county staff that it's appropriate to include that. So you're serving all of that UGA in your planning efforts. And then there's a really small portion right in the top north corner here, whether you're seeing my mouse move or not, of the Grandview Northgate area that's being included because there's potential for assistance to an adjacent utility that has water quality problems. So this is just a snapshot of zeroing in on the portion of the county where you have or are likely to be serving drinking water, potable water. And so here you're just listing of the basic components you'll be reviewing in the plan, certainly planning data, demand forecasting, detailed system analysis, your design standards, identifying deficiencies where improvements are needed to be made, and recognizing that this is a 20-year plan. You generally look at short-term things, which are immediate. You look at 10-year items, and then you look at 20-year items as you're forecasting what water is available and how you might utilize it. We look at, so that's your water resource analysis, your source of supply, which for the Grandview North Gate is currently your well that you have there. Whereas in other areas, it's likely to be your industrial non-potable supply being used as a source for drinking water with appropriate treatment. So all of that is the overview that you're looking at here. Source water protection program, that's primarily associated with your Grandview Northgate well, and then improvement program and financial program. Those are all components that have to be addressed from a planning level in order for the health department to feel confident that you're operating a utility in a responsible manner, having adequate technical, financial, and management capacity. So the last two.
Dave,
Yes.
I think Commissioner Murphy might have had a question.
Sure.
Yeah, Dave, thank you. Going back to the other slide, you had just us in the red. Why are we being contained just into the red as a public utility? Why isn't there more conversation about the PUD's possible service in the county as a whole, instead of just you mainly were in an industrial area, if anything, for this drinking potable water?
I'd be happy to answer that. Do you want to do that, Steve, or would you like me to do that?
Oh, no, I think I'll let you answer it, but I'll just start out with saying that, and I think that's what Dave will cover, is we're talking about different terminology here in terms of service area versus wholesale service area versus retail service area. And maybe just briefly, Dave, you could talk about that, and then note that we'll get into more depth, obviously, when we, at future meetings, when we talk specifically about what that means for us in terms of serving everything, potentially serving everything west of the Mount Baker National Forest.
Absolutely.
But if I may say, Dave and Steve, the reason I bring that up is because we are more involved than just what's in the red in solving drinking water problems, issues. And I'm surprised it's not being brought up that we're very involved in Whatcom County and not just in these red zones. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I think I'll let Dave talk more to the definition and what the existing service areas, and even that small piece of the Cherry Point UGA, what that really means in terms of the water system plan and our meeting the requirements of the water system plan versus what we are legally able to do in terms of areas outside of those areas. So.
Sure, and I appreciate that, Steve. I'm going to hang on to your eyes for a minute. I'm going to jump back to the previous map. So when you look at this map, and I didn't come prepared to cite the RCW, and although it's in the plan, the PUD under its authority can certainly do great things, or has broad authority within this area with some exclusions, which would be tribal or city of Bellingham areas. And we don't want to go into those now, but has broad authority to operate drinking water and many things water in this area west of the Snoqualmie National Forest. And so the distinguishing factor here is that when you have a water system plan, that's a drinking water system plan under the State Department of Health, you have to designate the service area where you're going to plan to serve. As opposed to, you may be facilitating, and it's easy for me to get rabbit trailed and all those other fun things that I get to serve and the privilege that we get to do under the PUD and that we've been successful with that Mike's referring to. But when it comes to the drinking water area that you're committing to serve and that you have duties and obligations to serve, the focus is on the red area. It doesn't mean you can do all other things, lots of other things in drinking water, but for the regulatory requirement, you have to identify that area where you're going to address drinking water specific, where you would say, where's my source of water? How am I going to deliver it to those customers? Who are my customers? That's quite a bit different than the technical support program that you have for small water systems in Whatcom County, where you help facilitate education, you help with emergency response, you help with technical support when they're trying to figure out, are there grant opportunities or consolidation opportunities. None of those things fall under your regulatory requirement for a drinking water system plan. So I'd love to talk about all those other things, but as you know, I'd love to talk about those, just like our earlier guest loves to talk about his water project. So I'm going to avoid getting into that, if that's okay, Mike.
I think just one other comment in that regards, I think, and maybe Dave said it in a different way, but the key is that we meet the regulatory requirements under the Department of Health for a water system plan for potable services. But at the same time, looking at our broader authority, in the areas as Dave showed on that map, everything west of Snoqualmie National Forest, is that the system plan does not limit us to do more outside of, or in the future, outside of those two current retail service areas.
And I think that's a great example and segue too, Steve, is that, let's say, for example, and we've had possibilities of these events coming along. There was there's a system, a water system here in mid-Whatcom County. They have retiring people, they have some challenges. They're not in receivership, which is simply a term where somebody's designated to manage them by the state health department because of their challenges. It doesn't prevent you from entering in discussions with them, providing some technical support, and in fact, taking and receiving their system, managing it and operating it as one of yours, either as a managing system or taking over ownership. None of that's prevented. And so if that happened in the future, they would become a part of your water system plan and you'd take the appropriate steps to incorporate that. But because at this time, there isn't any apparent need to include another water system. Nobody's asking us to develop a drinking water system outside of these areas. And there's nobody that I would say is on the precipice of needing us to help them to that degree. They wouldn't be included in this plan for the foreseeable future, but certainly could ramp up even on short notice to address those. And the health department and the Department of Ecology are great partners when that need arises in order to facilitate a transition on short notice.
So Dave, am I wrong by saying, or Steve? Because when I think of a water system plan given to the Washington State Department of Health, and with the amount of water rights we have, if we're going to be confined to these red zones, then to me, it sounds like we have way too much water rights. But I look at it as we're here to serve all of Whatcom County. We're here to serve the public. And so our water rights, though some people might say we have a lot of water rights, we need those to serve Whatcom County if the need ever arises. I don't want to put us into a water system plan that may jeopardize that water rights because we've written it out as we're staying within the red zones.
Oh, and again, your point is well taken, Commissioner. Again, what we're doing today, or will be doing in the next few months, is meeting the regulatory requirements of the State Department of Health for our current water system plan that we will show the State Department of Health that we are capable of serving potable water within those two, I'll call it red zones. But at the same time, we will identify through our regulatory authority, the PUD's regulatory authority, and with our existing water rights, we will show the capacity to serve areas all throughout Whatcom County west of the Snoqualmie National Forest. I don't know if that makes sense. So we're not, by completing the update to the plan, current situation, even with those couple of minor changes that in terms of the areas that Dave indicated in that one slide, we are not limiting ourselves. We're not limiting the PUD to do more outside of those two red areas, not at all. And that'll be part of a future presentation, I think, by Dave, is to show how we are doing, how we are laying the groundwork, if you would, to assure that we will be able to do that and not limiting our opportunity to, as you say, serve all of Whatcom County.
And so I'll pick that up, Steve, is when I described the content, there is the basic contact. It's very general, very broad, where in the plan, Mike, it'll address your concerns, and it talks about Whatcom County, the availability of water rights, the large area where the PUD is authorized to serve in those areas, with the exception of specific areas that it's not. We're not allowed to serve into Bellingham, but it doesn't mean if Bellingham asks for water, you couldn't give it to them. We're not allowed to serve into the city of Ferndale, but they could ask for water to serve, whether it was industrial or potable. It doesn't prevent any of that. If there's a water system that has challenges, they can request support, and you could say, great, we can help you. It provides for all of that in the general description of the plan, and water right analysis and all those things that Steve and legal counsel have very carefully and meticulously reviewed. So it doesn't prevent any of that. But when we go into the next slide here and we talk about the specific areas, the water system plan requirement says we want to understand the general picture and your big plan. We also want to understand detail where in fact you want to preserve your have first right of refusal to serve water. In a sense, you have a protected area. Somebody can't come and plop a system down in the middle of these red zones. In the same way, if you said, hey, we want the right to serve all in Whatcom County, we can't go plop a system down in the middle of Bellingham. It's a protected area. So in this case, in this red area, you have first right of refusal to serve in that area. You also have a duty to serve in that area where you will plan for how to do it. So it's very obvious in the Grandview Northgate area, you're planning your pipes, your size of your tanks, all of those things. In the Cherry Point area, you effectively don't have any drinking water customers in that area, but you have the ability to serve them because you have a source of water and you've claimed this as your as a retail service area, that if somebody wants water in there, you are the go-to entity. And so they're very specifically preserved in that manner under the regulatory framework. Whereas the area between the two, you have other water systems out there that have already identified service areas. And while you could help them, you're not saying, hey, we're going to plan to serve into your backyard. And so there's a very strategic regulatory framework that we're working in, the coordinated water system plan, the comp plan, zoning. And so again, I guess the takeaway is, yes, we're planning to be able to operate to our authority if called upon and from a planning standpoint, but that for the regulatory framework of where we're planning to specifically serve drinking water, we're specifically planning in these red areas, and that we're anticipating serving them versus the other areas where we're capable of serving, but we don't have specific plans at this time. Does that help a bit, Mike? Thank you. So we're going to move on here. So again, these last two slides, here's the process, and then I will show you the next steps that we're in. So here, consultants were engaged in 2020, and Washington Administrative Code requires that a licensed PE prepare and submit the plan to Department of Health. So they will stamp that it's met their standards. And that was Kurt, who I introduced you to, and he's been engaged by the PUD. However, some elements are best developed by PUD staff and consultants such as myself. Well, there's other plans that must be completed by the PE, such as the hydraulic analysis. we held a pre-meeting plan or pre-planned meeting with Department of Health regional planners and engineers to identify what's required for their approval for the plan. That was certainly done early in 2020. The draft water system plan is being prepared by staff and for staff and commissioner review. And I would say that that plan is at a 60% level right now. It's been that way since last October, when we identified that the Grandview Northgate system was not adequate to serve your short-term and long-term needs because you had so much non-potable water demand with places like Healthy Pet drawing from your potable infrastructure. And so, as you're aware, you've already approved the work to move some of the non-potable demand on your potable system onto your industrial system through your fire system. And when you think that Healthy Pet was consuming 60 to 80% of your potable water for non-potable use, by making that strategic shift, you now are not in a position where you're out of drinking water for new customers in the Grandview area. You now have enough water for a 20-year planning period with no significant capital improvements. And that's the gist of it. So that's why we've been on a pause for 6 to 9 months here. And so that process will, I believe construction will probably be completed later this month. And we'll talk about how that'll play out in your commissioner timing and involvement here. So it'll very quickly move forward in the next couple of months as that action takes place. So the PUD will be holding public informational meetings to receive public comment. That's required under the administrative code for this planning process. We'll be engaging with adjacent utilities at various levels, which we've already been doing. There's a water use efficiency goals public forum required, followed by goals adoption. There is the water system plan will then be adopted by you all before it's submitted to the county for a consistency review. And I'm going to twist your brain a little bit. You don't have to be found consistent with every single plan in Whatcom County. That's really, really, really tough to do because you have to spend so much time in the weeds. What you're actually do is your plan has to be found not inconsistent with all of those plans. And it's a much easier task. And that's very specific legal language in the code for that reason. And so your plan will go to the county and they'll check to make sure that you're not doing stuff that's inconsistent. So they'll review your plan and say, we don't see any issues, and they reply as such. And it greatly improves the process. And then ultimately you'll submit a plan to the Department of Health. The Department of Health will facilitate the submittal to the Department of Ecology through their office, through a bilateral agreement they have, where the ecology will review your plan and comment, and ultimately you will adopt a final plan as commissioners. And so your next steps are basically, to date, the plan is 60% complete, roughly. You have your commissioner introduction and primer here in anticipation of Healthy Pet moving on with that transition. As soon as we will update the water system plan, as soon as we have Healthy Pet switched over and we can collect an appropriate amount of data to confirm that that non-potable demand has been shifted to support the engineering analysis. And then the commissioners will receive what I'm calling the 70% draft for commissioner and staff final review before it would go public. And then there would be a public forum to introduce the water system plan. There will be a public forum on service areas, followed by an adoption of your amended service areas. So we were punting a lot there, Mike, Steve and I, but this is where we're going to get into the weeds. Hopefully, both with you meeting with Steve and maybe myself as we wrestle through the commissioner review portion, and then through the public forums, you'll have further opportunity to express your views and obviously your concerns for countywide water planning, very appropriate. And then you have a few what I call housekeeping items where you adopt the water use efficiency goals, which are very, very specific from a regulatory standpoint. This is not countywide planning. This is how much do you pump out of the ground? How much do you deliver to your customers? And how much are you losing through leaks? You know, how are you being efficient that way? or how are you helping your customers be efficient? The extreme example for residential would be efficient toilets. That's very limited into your industrial area, but outdoor irrigation practices. And cross-connection control program, that's simply protecting the health of your water system compared to what the customers may be doing on their side of the water meter. And then ultimately adopting the plan, which I mentioned before at the end. And so this is my favorite picture right by my house. I love Washington. This is Whatcom County. So I think that's what I have for you, Steve. Thank you.
Dave, thank you very much. It's been a longer process than you and I originally planned. And that I just so much appreciate your willingness to take this on in terms of managing the process, because your involvement with the PUD over the last, as you said, almost 20 years, and working with other water associations in the county and working with Coordinated Water System Plan with the county and working extensively with State Department of Health. It just a great opportunity for you to bring your resources and your background and your experience to this process, and I just very much appreciate it. I think that I would, ask if there are any other questions from the commissioners at this time, but I think that the next step would be to look at, as soon as we can get some metering results from our transfer of Healthy Pet over to the industrial system, the fire system at Grandview, then we'll be ready to kick off that series of next steps and take another look at that timeline to make sure that we're still able to get this all wrapped up by, as you say, by fall of this year. So with that, I just give it back to Commissioner Nishmati and the other commissioners to see if they have any questions or comments at this time.
Great. Are there questions for Dave? Okay, so I have a few questions, Dave. Thanks for your patience this long meeting, and you're obviously a true believer, so you're in for the long haul today. So appreciate your time. Regarding the allocation of drinking water in the Cherry Point industrial area. Of course, the water we deliver today with our pumps and pipes is industrial water. But there's an allowance from the Department of Health for us to maintain a water for the purpose of serving residential needs. Is that the quantity of water that we're allocating for future years for drinking water? Is that in this analysis and report?
I'll do a quick answer to that, and I'll let Steve answer any of the political questions associated with that.
Yeah, it's important to clarify for the public that any question about water is a political question.
There you go. So I'm passing the buck. So from the water system plan perspective, I'm not going to speak to water rights for the PUD. While I'm becoming quite familiar over the years with it, and I'm quite familiar with water rights, I'm not going to speak to that directly, other than the broad statement that I'm confident that we have adequate water rights to serve all of the potential drinking water needs with appropriate water rights within both of those red areas that we've identified where we're claiming to have a duty to serve drinking water. So the question that I would ask next is, well, we don't serve any drinking water there, and we don't have any drinking water systems over there. And Steve and I thoroughly, this is in my wheelhouse. I just eat and sleep, and I drive down the road and all I see is pipes and fire hydrants and pumps and things. So Steve and I have brainstormed about this for years. It's where I first got involved with the PUD over 20 years ago. The the water rights and the infrastructure that you have industrial in that area or have the potential to expand in that area is, in very simple terms, your source of water, even though it's not to potable standards, for addressing not only potential demand in the Grandview Northgate area with additional treatment to drinking water standards, but also throughout the Cherry Point area. So right now I work with systems in your Cherry Point area that the PUD recognizes, where we take PUD drinking water that's treated to a certain level, and these systems get credit for that, and then they further treat it to drinking water standards. Phillips 66, Petrogas, who we work with directly, Rubicon, the, how do I describe them? The somewhat pharmaceutical source for particular substances. They all receive your water for a variety of purposes, but they improve the quality to drinking water standards such that they can provide for their drinking water needs. In the same way, the PUD, as you explore new customers and new opportunities, Steve and I look at this all the time. If there was a new customer out there, they're not going to establish their own drinking water system for several reasons. They don't have water rights, likely. They don't have a source of water, and yet they're going to look to the PUD in those red areas because you have a duty to serve and the source. They are required to reach out to you first under regulatory framework of drinking water. And you would say, we have a source of water. We have water rights available. How much water do you need? When would you like it? And where would you like it? And from that standpoint, you would develop water treatment in order to deliver and serve that demand. And so that's when we look at that big area in Cherry Point. I envision that you will be doing that in that area in the coming years as some of your large customers develop out there. And so the plan isn't specific when we were talking with Mike of where we're going to deliver it tomorrow and how we're going to do it, but you have the capability and the core resource of water rights, water quantity, and in many cases, infrastructure already in place to do that. Does that help?
It does help. When a customer of ours is turning industrial water into potable water, do we count that in our drinking water plan?
We recognize that they exist because they're either an adjacent provider, or in this case, if they're in your service area, they're an overlapping provider. And through your history as a PUD have acknowledged and accepted that, usually when that organization formed. So it's identified, but we have no responsibility for accounting for their water quantity or quality in our water system plan, other than acknowledging that they're there and that we accept that.
Does that private entity then have a response? Sorry. Then does that the private entity then have a responsibility to provide their own water system plan to the county?
That is correct.
So every industrial producer that every industrial customer of ours also is submitting every 10 years a consolidated water system plan for drinking water to the county.
That is correct. And their only recognition of the PUD in that, generally speaking, is that under their source of water, they would say PUD number 7 ID XYZ, and they would refer to you as their source of water. Beyond that, you would really not be involved in their plan in any way other than the provider.
Thank you.
I think a good example of your question, Commissioner, though, is that with BP refinery, for many years, from when they first built the new ARCO BP plant, they had their own potable system. So they took water from us out of their pond and put it into their own potable water system treatment and distribution system within BP. They had to, at the time, submit a water system plan to Department of Health because they were designated as their own, if you would, water association. Then for several years, they were talking to us about possibly working with Birch Bay Water and Sewer District and getting water from Birch Bay Water and Sewer District. So we entered into an agreement with Birch Bay Water and Sewer District to quote, buy water from Birch Bay Water and Sewer District and sell it to BP Refinery for their use. And so they did not have to operate their own treatment facility, but they still had to report to the Department of Health on their system plan. Then a few years ago, then Birch Bay Water and Sewer District came to us and said, would you consider allowing Birch Bay Water and Sewer District to serve, quote, BP Refinery, basically entering into our service area. And well, we worked out an agreement with them to do that. So BP now does not have to retain their own water system plan. They're not considered, so Birch Bay Water and Sewer District. So that's just an example of, responding to your question on that.
And if I might, what's really unique about that and emphasizes the point, that big red line that we showed you in the area, and I'm going to be very careful here so I don't state a historical item incorrect. Your red service area that was in that map I showed you that was bright turquoise, I believe, you'll notice that BP is inside that service area. Birch Bay was not allowed to serve into that service area without the service area designated provider's permission. And so you entered into a series of agreements that allowed all of that to take place. And so there's a great deal of value for you to be able to plan efficiently to serve an area and aren't going to haphazardly have somebody just show up with a system when you spent time and effort to plan for how you might do that. And so it serves the orderly development of an area very well to have the service area boundaries where you plan for it and establish your effort and don't have this random cowboy approach to systems popping up all over the place.
And as Dave showed in that map, the Grandview area, that potential small area along Portal Way that we may be looking at, extending our service area. I think what we just talked about and what Dave just talked about in terms of I'll call it an orderly transition. I think we have another potential area just north of Delta Line Road, which is in the Custer Water Service area, I believe, where because there's a potential development by one of our existing Grandview customers into that area north of Delta Line Road, we may be in the same situation with Custer, where we'll be asked by the business to serve. They'll be asking Custer to serve them, and I believe that Custer may be looking back to us to say, will you consider entering into, quote, our service area to do that? So that's just an example of, I think, that the opportunities that we show in our capacity and our water rights, in the plan, that we'll be able to accommodate. So
thank you.
And when I described the general section, I think especially for Commissioner Deshmani and Commissioner Grant, I apologize because I'm a first name guy, so I struggle with getting the commissioner in there.
That's fine. That's fine. Absolutely. Feel free to call me Atul.
You will find that the introduction portion, which is a hefty portion, I mean, many pages, will be very, very helpful with all of this background that Steve and I have firsthand. I am very confident that it will bring you up to speed with a lot of this history when we talk about BP and the relationships. I think that you will feel very comfortable after reviewing the plan in future meetings with that background. And right now it's a fire hose and foggy, I have no doubt, especially for Commissioner Grant, on the specifics that we're talking about. And I'm very confident that you will feel much more comfortable after having read that first part. And we're quite proud of the work that we did there to consolidate 50 years of history into that section.
Well, thank you, Dave.
Looking forward to reviewing the plan.
Me too.
So if there's no further discussion on item 5C, the water system plan. Should we move on to the general manager's report? Steve? Great.
Again, thank you, Dave. And I had two items. I actually had one item going into the meeting today, and then we did get an action alert from our folks at WAPUDA as we were going through our meeting this morning. So I'll talk about that too. But the only thing that I had thought about mentioning was looking at our minutes from our commission meeting, the last few months especially, as we've continued to record our meetings through Zoom, and then we post those on our website. So they're available to any, all the public. And we, as an example, I looked at the minutes, I think it was the previous meeting, not 2 meetings ago. I think we had 19 pages of minutes. And I'm just questioning whether or not Commissioner Grant mentioned this to me too, that should we take a look at abbreviating our minutes to just really call out more action, presentation, limit the amount of narrative on the presentation because those will be part of the recording, and limit our minutes to more action items. And then we assume we'll be continuing to record our meetings, in the future, even if we can get partially back into, real time. Just a thought, and if I don't hear any significant concerns about that, maybe we can start taking a look at that maybe sometime in April.
Can I just add one thing is that the reason I brought it up to Steve was just based on some things I learned in the WAPUDA trainings that I'm doing. And I think a lot of other PUDs do action minutes.
It certainly is the perspective that Ann McFarland at Jurassic Parliament advises as well. I just took an updated training a few weeks ago at the Planning Commission. And that was a point that was made at that time as well. And since there is recording, yeah, I very much support that change. Sorry, John.
That is fine. It's fine as long as you have in the minutes, the action minutes, you have a link to the recording so that we can identify where to find it or directions to where to find the actual recording.
Well, we have
on the web page, on the form of the minutes can be found at www.pud/commissions/minutes. That's all I'm saying is the minute form needs to reference where you could find the recording.
So what's the difference between recording them under our current Zoom, posting that on the website, commission?
We're saying the same thing, Steve. I think what I'm saying is on your action minutes, have a note that says where you find that Zoom recording link. So you still save your Zoom recording in the same location. The written action minutes that you have would refer back to that location on your web link.
You have the URL on there.
The URL.
Okay. I mean,
the statute doesn't distinguish between action minutes and other minutes. It says that they're to be promptly recorded and shall be open to public inspection. And so if you're going to the minutes aren't defined as just action minutes in the statute. So I'm just saying that's fine to have action minutes. Being conservative, I would say have your URL identified on the action minutes as to where the video would be located.
Okay, so if we look at the history of PUDs, cities, ports for the last 100 years, and if you simply, I mean, I don't understand the difference between, quote, action minutes versus, all I'm saying is reduce the narrative. That's all I'm saying.
The action minutes would typically be motion by, Commissioner Deshmani to do this, second by Commissioner Grant. The vote was approved. It's a very simplistic minute recording of the actual action. No, not necessarily any narrative on the discussion. That's the common
Yeah,
action
okay, so
minutes is so narrow. And I'm saying if you're going that direction, then just reference your recording by the URL link. We can talk about that later, Steve. It's a formatting issue more than anything.
Okay.
And I think on the one extreme, there is a pure action minutes, which would be very short, even for this meeting would be very short. And then there's the much more in-depth narrative that we've been doing. And I think, Steve, you're talking about something in the middle.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
And I support staff in reducing the amount of time they're spending writing on a 20-page minutes, particularly since the recording is available. So you don't need any formal thing there, but yeah, I'm supportive of that. So.
Okay, the other thing that I had, as I said, it just came up during our meeting this morning. We got a update from Waputa, George Kahn at Waputa, indicating that they're expecting a vote at the Senate committee on Bill 1336 this Thursday. And there, Waputa is just asking us if we, along with, I think, 9 other PUDs, depending upon their legislative districts, to contact senators and asking their support for 1336. And based upon the position that our commission has taken in the past, and about a month ago on 1336, my thought and my suggestion is that unless the commission would not want us to continue to ask for support for 1336, I would simply contact, in our case, Senator Lovelet and Senator Erickson, asking their continued support.
So I very much, are you suggesting, Steve, that you could take the action to speak on behalf of the, yeah, and I would support that. Do we have more discussion on that? Christine, Mike?
That sounds
Yes.
good to me.
Great. Okay, well, let's move on to item, Steve, was there anything more under general manager?
That's all I had, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. Next item is we want to do getting to know you. That's Dave Olson and Annette.
Yes, Annette, would you like to just say a few comments?
There we go. Good morning or afternoon we are in now. Yeah, I just wanted to fulfill my obligation and just do it short and sweet. So I graduated from Western and then I started in accounting. First I did medical accounting. I worked there for around 9 years. Then I moved on to manufacturing. And then about 14 years ago, I came to the PUD, and it's been a really good place to work, and I really appreciate that. So I've been, yeah, it'll be 15 years this fall, and I've really appreciated working with Steve that entire time. And the people we have here are really good. And so, yeah, pretty quick, easy, not a lot.
Thank you, Annette. You have any stories for us?
Oh, yes, but not on public display, no.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait for a social gathering at some point in the near future. Well, thank you, Annette. Thanks for sharing a little bit about yourself. When you were talking about Western, did you do both your undergrad and graduate there then?
I didn't have a graduate. I just have a finance degree with some almost a minor in computer science. Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks for giving us a little bit about yourself. And I understand if you don't want to be it's up to everybody how much they want to share. So appreciate everything you're sharing, and we're all getting to know each other better and better, and appreciate everybody can share what they like to. So thanks for that. Dave, would you like to go next?
Sure. I really appreciated getting to know Commissioner Grant, and I'm going to actually share my screen here just for fun. Let's see here. So I really appreciated getting to know a new commissioner like that, when she shared a couple of pictures and a couple of stories, and it just attests to the great PUD family that I've had the opportunity to work with for, I said 20 years, and Kurt reminded me pre-COVID, I can add like 3 years to that. So it's probably 23 years with the staff, and getting to know Mike, and met with Commissioner Desmani, and working with Brian and Dwayne. Dwayne doesn't really like riding around with me in the vehicle when we go do something, because inevitably I'll drive down the road because all I see is pipes and stuff in the ground in my head. I'm so conscious that we drive down the road, and the last 2 times we went on tours, I found leaks in water lines, PUD water lines, just because I'm so conscious of that. So he doesn't drive with me anymore. So that's just a really quick couple of items, and it's really timely since I'm going to be working with you guys. So I've been married for 38 years. This is my quick snapshot of my family. My 2 girls down in front and their grandkids, and then my extended family. We're all pretty local, within about 30 minutes of each other. So I loved Christine, some of her fun stories, but I can tell you that I'm a fan of Disneyland, Disney World, I mean. And so you see all those people out there, but people who know me know that I'm taking that picture from the front of the line, because there's no way I'm going to stand behind that crowd. And when I went to Disney World, we went on all the top rides by noon, and then we strolled around all afternoon, whereas everybody else spends hours and hours and hours. So we strategically looked at all the posts and the blogs so we could figure out how to efficiently get through all the hard to see stuff that we really wanted to see, so we could relax the rest of the day. So that's just me in a nutshell. The other couple of things I'll show you is this is me on a ride at Disney World, and you can see these are my two of my kids in front. They were laughing at me because old man was along for the ride, and you can see I was having a good time, and they're a little stressed out front, so I rub that in all the time. And I got one more picture for you. So me and my daughter, I'm very competitive, as you can tell in that picture. So we rode that ride about 10 times when we were at Disney World. And then of course, these are my 3 grandkids. This is whenever we have spare time. That's when we get to our young age that I'm at. That's what it's all about. And that picture just shows their personality. So my love of all that. So that was just a quick couple of pictures. I'll just give you a couple of items that kind of fill you in. Why is Dave even here? So I've got a bachelor's degree in business administration with a minor in finance. I'm always doing ongoing training in my industry or that support that. I am a licensed drinking water distribution manager, 3 of a maximum 4 in Washington State. So I could work for like Celia Bellingham. That 4th test is tough, and that's like a master's, and I'm not ready to do that one yet. I'm also a water distributor or a water treatment operator. And I'm also a cross-connection control specialist. Those are all things that play into water system planning. So those are the licenses I have. Back a few years back now, I spent quite a bit of time developing and teaching for the Department of Health water systems and water system operators in their continuing education requirements. So I worked through the Green River Community College and the Washington Environmental Training Center in water and drinking water specific. Worked through university and construction management. I love the ground stuff. I was a general manager of a local heavy equipment rental company for about 7 years. And then in 1970, before I quit working for there, I built my own house that we still live in today after 30 years. And in about 1990, I formed Cornerstone Management, which is what I consult under. And I've been able to use my business consulting and finance background to help small businesses with turnarounds or absentee owners. One of the things I enjoy doing. And my first water customer, which is what I do full time and have for over 10 years, when I went to build my house, I couldn't find who was in charge of the water system and where to get the water. And my story is that I did all of my communication with the president who worked at the refinery days, nights, and he slept during the days. All of our communication was through a mason jar behind the screen door on his front porch. It's where I had to request to get water. I coordinated the hookup. I paid my fee, my multi-$1,000 fee to hook up. And it just didn't feel right when I was doing all that. And I knew there had to be a better way to manage utilities more like a business. And that was kind of where I got started and transitioned from business management to taking the skills and those things into the utility world. And so in 2010, we formed the Whatcom County-based Satellite Management Agency, which is an agency specifically identified by the Department of Health that's authorized to operate and own water systems. And our territory is specifically Whatcom County. There's more to do than we could ever dream of doing, so we would never expand outside of here. So that's kind of my background in water and business and history. And so for drinking water and PUD related items, it's I've been around and participated even with the PUD in the first coordinated water system plan, which started in 1990, and then multi revisions after that, serving on various committees and sharing. And let's see what else is relevant. Water System Services, which is the SMA, they work with about 60 drinking water systems, public and private, in Whatcom County, helping them with everything from training, education, governance help, finance in some case, technology for water meter reading, leak detection, all of those things that are drinking water related, as you can tell, is my wheelhouse. And I prepared multiple comprehensive water system plans over the years. I don't know, it's 8 or 10 of them at varying degrees, some much larger than what the PUD is working on in Whatcom County, with some of the larger public systems, but not cities. So I don't want to confuse you. If you're outside in a city urban growth area, they always have their own staff, and I would not participate generally in their drinking water capacity. And then my PUD history, it's been over 20 years now, and I first started with Tom Anderson, who was there, and he asked me to look into some the regulations that were coming with arsenic and stuff, and just gradually have been working with the PUD at the request of the commissioners and staff for different things. And so some of the key ones were the technical support program that we've developed 6 years ago now that became a pilot for Washington State. And they're still using that as a pilot in Washington State with the Department of Health. The EPA and the federal EPA uses it as a reference pilot study for drinking water. And that was all facilitated by the PUD with a grant from Department of Health. And I had the privilege of working on that. It was a really wonderful project. We've helped the PUD facilitate millions of dollars now in grants and low interest loans for small water systems to help them with their particular issues, water quality issues, nitrate issues, feasibility studies, the list goes on. And so my wheelhouse is strategic planning and as Mike would say, getting things done. It's where I thrive. So I feel like a part of the PUD family. I know most of them, but I'm the uncle. I'm just not the close family. So it's great to meet you all, and it's fun to work with you. And the next 6 months will be quite the flurry of engagement as you work through this critical item. Important for your Grandview customers, but really important as you anticipate the potential demand for your bigger customers that'll be coming in the industrial zone, and maybe outside of that with your great water right and source water resource. It's a huge benefit to the community. So thank you all for letting me participate as an outside uncle.
Thank you, Dave. I would just
I
like,
think,
oh,
sorry, Steve, I had my mute on. I wanted to say that it was really neat to hear about your background. I'm seeing some wonderful parallels between some of the folks who've been able to talk about themselves who work at the PUD, and it seems like we have a lot of senior people in the PUD who've had the opportunity to work in all kinds of different capacities, have constructively contributed in many different areas in that way, but have kind of stumbled to and discovered this PUD community is one which they really appreciate and enjoy. That was certainly true in what Annette had to say. I thought I heard that same message from Dwayne, and it just really is, it makes me appreciate, and from another perspective, what a great group of people we have who've kind of discovered each other over the years. So I wanted to reflect on that. Sorry, Steve.
no, I appreciate that, Commissioner, and just, I think Dave is example of just that, is that when I came on, we identified opportunities to be working with some of the smaller water associations in the county, and I looked to, where would those resources best come from, and so I had a discussion with Dave, and and I think I might have mentioned this at a previous meeting about the first time that we reached out to some of the water associations in North County. I attended a meeting up in Sumas with Dave, with a couple of the water associations, and the attitude at that time was, what's the PUD doing here? What, why are you stepping into our territory? We don't have any trust in the PUD. And several years later, we get calls from water associations all over Whatcom County saying, hey, can I contact Dave and can I get some help from Dave? I mean, he just built that credibility and trust with the PUD and so many of the water associations around Whatcom County, partially because of his own history working with them. It's an honest and very high level integrity of working with associations, but it's also, his experience and his pragmatic approach really comes through. So I just extend that thank you to Dave. Just quickly before getting away from this, I know Annette doesn't like to share, a lot about herself, but she's another example of how fortunate we were to bring her on at the time we did. And even though she didn't have any experience working with municipal utilities on, the public side, she has again brought that level of, understanding and management and insight into what works best for us as a small utility. But we are so engaged with some really, really large customers, and she's just really, really raised the bar, if you would, to fill that position. So thank you to her.
And thank you, Annette, as well, and as proved by our bond rating, as one of many proofs of that. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, but Steve, I just have to tell Annette how much I appreciate her, because in the past, and this is true, and this is when I was the chair, the president, I actually had a visit and they wanted to handcuff me and take me away because of some PUD things. And Annette, I've never had a nightmare again since Annette's taken over. She has brought nothing but peace and sleep to my life. So thank you, Annette.
And Commissioner, just for the recorded minutes, that was nothing that you did or didn't do. Why the handcuffs threat was there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this segment of our agenda. I know it's a long meeting, but I always benefit from it. So I thank you all for your contributions. Moving on, to commissioner reports. So, Mike, would you like to go first?
Although I have no per diems to talk about, so I got no reports.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christine?
Seth Spadania from the city of Bellingham requested another meeting, and so Brian and Steve and I chatted with him about some different possible roles for the PUD as the city of Bellingham thinks about their climate goals. So just very preliminary conversation, and we're planning to touch base with him again in about a month, just to kind of keep the communication channels open. And then I also had a call with George Kahn on Friday to talk about telecom. And I think because we didn't have a legislative update call last week, we'll probably be getting some longer updates on Thursday. But you know, their feeling on the telecom bills is that they're still really trying to push for 1336. But they're also really wanting to work with Senator Wellman to make sure that they can make some key changes to 5383, should that be the bill that passes, just because that bill is getting some strong support from the governor and others. So, you know, just wanted to say that in addition to the reaching out to our senators, because there will be a Senate hearing on Thursday morning at 10:30 related to 1336, that there is also an opportunity for remote testimony. And so, you know, and John, you might want to weigh in here, but I think this would be an opportunity for, you know, commissioners to do a short testimony about why having retail authority would be beneficial. We might have to count that as one of our days of lobbying. Would that be right, John? Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Yes, and you could do a joint letter too, or resolution, if the timing was right for the commission, or you could have Steve prepare a letter expressing a position of the commission.
We've already done the motion.
Yeah, we did the motion, yeah.
Yes, I'm just, what you could do in short timing, you know, whether it's appearing yourselves or other avenues to advocate.
Okay. Well, I haven't done a day of lobbying, you know, so I'm fine. I'm available at 10:30 on Thursday morning, so I'm happy to testify. And then there's also just a form, a link that's basically like remote testimony. You can just sign in pro or con. So Steve, I'll make sure you have that link. And if you want to share with the other commissioners, that's another way for us to indicate our support. And I've had a few other people from the community just reach out to me that are working on internet issues like the Mount Baker Foundation and things like that. And I just wanted to double check that it would be appropriate, John, for me to also share that link for the remote testimony if people are interested in understanding.
Yes, it is.
Okay, okay, great. So that's all from me.
Great. So I have two topics. One is just a couple of meetings. I think I mentioned already that in our last special meeting that attended I was planning to attend PPC. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned it again. I have a meeting. There was a PPC event talking about power supply, and also they talked about the Simpson proposal for the removing the Snake River dams in that session. I just wanted to mention that. The other topic is I wanted to talk to the commission about was and provide an update on finding a new general manager for the PUD. And if for me, of course, I think this is the most important thing we as a commission can do. And so I've been thinking about it, and it's one thing we can't assign to the GM. So for that reason, I have been thinking about the process. I've gotten some help in thinking through it with conversations with Steve. And the process that I'd like to propose to the commission is a 4-step process. First step being to identify a consultant that would support the commission in the process of identifying a general manager. The second, once we retain the consultant, the second step is to work with the commission to define a position, a detailed position description, all the things you would expect a position description to include. The third step is to also work with the commission to identify all the different places that we should be seeking recruitment for this position. And then the final step, and probably the most time consuming, is a process of evaluating candidates that show an interest in the position. And what I'm suggesting to the commission, and I'd like the support of the commission, is to have a start effectively now, a process over the next several months, perhaps 8 months, perhaps 10 months, which I will, on behalf of the commission, oversee. The first step being that I will go and research different consultants with the support of the commission, identify a consultant, bring that back to you for the purpose of make a recommendation to the commissioners and approve that consultant, and shepherd the process through these 4 major steps. The actual discussions on these 4 steps we can do in our regular meetings, and we could also, if need be, schedule special meetings. But I'd like to basically have a general manager, identifying a general manager agenda item that we always at least visit briefly at every subsequent PUD regular meeting. So I'd like to hear from the commission on that proposal.
You want me to start, Altul?
Yes, please.
I like your 4 steps. I like to bring a consultant in, so I think that's really good. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Is that someone we're going to look outside of the state, in the county? I'm not sure. I do have questions, but maybe they don't need to be answered. Maybe we can discuss it in a further meeting. I definitely like the idea of defining the position, because I would really like to hear from the 2 of you, especially with the backgrounds. I mean, I come way back, but there's things I might be missing that we need because of the experience the 2 of you have, and you're being more new and you've seen things probably different than I am. So I'd really like to have an opportunity to sit down and just say, what do the 2 of you really like about us as a PUD? And where's our strengths and weaknesses in a general manager, so that I can be more in tune to what the 2 of you are thinking. Because I don't want to enter it with just my thoughts. I want to enter it with an open mind to hear what the 2 of you say. So I don't know if we should have an actual meeting just to discuss all this, or do we do the consultant first and then work our way through this? I don't know, because time-wise, I think we have to set some hard dates on how long. I don't want to say we're going to do this by October. I think we should pretty well have some understanding way before that, in an earlier time, and maybe by whatever month it may be, October, whatever, that we really know where we're going, who we're going to hire, and what we're going to expect. So that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that. by doing that, you're kind of identifying more like a 6-month timetable for what we should target. It's probably wise because sometimes things take longer. So it's better to have a target that's getting us where we want to be in the best time. So thanks for bringing that up.
I also like your 4-step plan, a tool, and I think hopefully that person could help sit down with us and facilitate the kind of conversation you just suggested, Mike. So, you know, it seems like, you know, maybe in the next step would be you'd share some different possibilities for who the consultant could be a tool. And maybe we could each do a little research too and suggest some things to you, because the first step is selecting a consultant that we all feel good about, right?
Right. And we will be discussing, I'm also proposing, I want to make sure the commission's fine with essentially adding an agenda items, general manager, recruitment, at least update, and it probably will show up as under old business for the foreseeable future. One other thought I had, which I didn't list yet, is that I would have that would go out with the packets, perhaps, or it could be on the website too, but it could certainly go out with the packets. A general, a journal of all the steps that we're taking, and you know what. So you guys have a visibility of conversations and meetings I have with potential consultants, and so on and so forth. And of course, so the public would see it too. So we'd have a transparent process showing the kind of the major meetings and milestones that are happening towards the task of identifying a replacement for the general manager. Are you guys on board with that too?
Yeah, I'm on board. There was another thing I forgot to mention. I just remembered too, is as we move forward, I really think replacing Steve is probably the top priority that we should really be focusing on. And so I'm going to ask you as the president, we're going into 5-hour meetings. And if you ever studied meetings, you'll find out that all studies prove to you that the longer you're the meeting, the less productive you become. And I was hoping we could find out our main topics. If general manager is the main topic, then we focus on that. But if power or other issues are, but if you could look at ways of bringing this meeting down so that our energy can be focused in on 1 or 2 subjects, I would really appreciate that, because right now, part of me is so numb. I don't even know if I can stand up after this. So I shouldn't probably say it in a public meeting, but sorry, I apologize.
I'm with you, Mike. It's hard. I also have a 2-hour class to teach this afternoon on Zoom. So yeah, I think the 5-hour meetings are it's a little hard with energy levels for sure.
So yeah, Steve and I have a recurring meeting on Mondays, and we will definitely factor that into our and where we try to focus on planning the next agenda. Your points are noted. 5 hours is a long time. Yeah, and so we'll work on trimming things up a little bit, and then and putting things in special meetings. Yeah, when they're single topic conversations, ideally. So
the other thing, a tool with the general manager search is I think it's great for you to own it, or to have somebody on the commission own it. And, you know, but it's a big job. So make sure you're thinking about how to delegate to me and Mike, so that because it is going to be a lot of work and we want to move quickly. So.
Okay.
I would like to make a suggestion to reach out to the WAPUDA group to find out of the recent other PUDs that have gone through the same process and how what consultants they've used. That might be a good quick start.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ann. Yeah, I'll plan to do that. Great. Well, that concludes my report. So let's move on to public comment then. And we're taking comments now from the public, and please restrict your time to between 3 to 5 minutes, and I appreciate it. Thanks for your patience.
Right now, we don't have any comments.
Do you have a way of knowing if they're awake or not, Ann?
No.
It looks like we have maybe 3 members from the public on.
If you
So
go
what-
to the
Somebody
attendees,
just-
Mr. or Miss Alm has raised their hand on
Yeah.
the
I was just
participant
gonna say
attendee
that.
sheet.
Go ahead, please.
Hi there. So do I not have a camera involved in this whole thing? No, just audio?
Yes.
Just audio.
Yes.
Okay. My name's Eric Alm. I am a representative from a small community of 14, soon to be 16 homes that live on the side of Stewart Mountain off the Y Road. And I am getting in touch to, I'm making some comments to emphasize that the PUD is a great hope for me, because I am involved in trying to get my neighborhood hooked up to a broadband connection. And I have dealt with, basically right now, our neighborhood is getting like 0.5 megabit per second. So that's like 1980s internet speeds. And I have tried to organize the community to build a local network so that we'll have greater flexibility in hooking up with a provider who can get a connection to us on Y Road. And so we have been in touch with Wave Communications. They, for some unknown reason, they just mysteriously stopped returning my calls. And that brings me the sort of, it's been about 1.5 years now that our community has been trying to get better internet. And that frustrating experience with a private provider of internet made me really start to look into the PUD as something that could be a potential for many people. I think that our neighborhood represents a typical situation where you're going to find a cluster of homes in a sort of rural area. And the idea of you all bringing out like a trunk line and perhaps working maybe before you have the capacity to do the hookups to the individual homes. I'm hoping that perhaps with these sort of larger capacity lines, then maybe you could work with some other entities to then bring connections out to people like my neighborhood. And so that's basically it. I'm just hoping that my comments can help you to provide some of the direction. I read your minutes from last meeting, and I noticed that you were talking about the broadband analyst and how this person is also going to be helping you to determine your next steps for providing broadband to the community. I'm hoping that my example can illustrate that perhaps one good strategy would be to develop those large trunk lines and then to work with other entities who might be able to help you then to bring connections to people's homes and help with billing and that sort of thing. That would just be my hope. And I don't know enough about your workings to know if that's possible, but that's my comment and I hope it's of help.
Thank you, Eric. That is helpful. Thanks for the comment.
Max Perry.
Please go ahead, Max.
Go ahead, Max, you're on mute.
Just recommend that the PUD go back to public meetings as soon as possible. Thank you.
I couldn't hear that comment.
Comment
could you-
public meetings, request to go back to public meetings.
You mean in-person meetings, right,
You-
Max?
Max, are you referring to in-person meetings back at our office?
Max, you're muted again, and when you were making comments, they were not coming through clearly, so.
Are you here now?
Yes.
Yes.
In public meetings for the PUD meeting. Soon as possible.
No. Max, as soon as you started talking, it was not coming through again, so.
Could he put, Max, could he put them in the chat?
Or no, we don't have chat, but he can email them to me. That would be the best way.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, are there any further comments?
No.
All right, thank you. Is there any other items for the good of the order? Great. Okay, well, I'd like to thank you all for your diligence. We learned a lot today. There was a lot of content. My brain, I'm sure like all of ours, is quite full. And I appreciate all the hard work of everybody in preparing the presentations we got to enjoy and learn from. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to a close and adjourn. Thank you.